How are you?
Hi, how are you? We should have Mayor
Good.
Aiken and Councilmember Fessel on the line.
Yes.
Perfect. We are just going to start shortly, so give us a few moments.
Okay, now I'm gonna, in 5 seconds, I'm gonna mute me, and then I just want to make sure that you can hear me again.
We can hear you clearly.
Mute, can you hear me again?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Okay, so I'm gonna put us on mute, and then just let me know if you can hear us.
It appears you are mute and we hear no audio coming in from the speakers. Can you hear us?
100%, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, before we get, okay. This meeting will include teleconference participation by Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Fessel. Since the mayor will be joining the meeting via teleconference, she has asked me to chair this meeting. Without objection, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Diaz.
Present.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Meeks.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Present.
And on the phone, Councilmember Fessel.
Present.
Mayor Aiken.
Present?
Let the record show we have 4 members in person and 2 via teleconference.
Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, there are none, but our city attorney does have an announcement.
Actually, there is one. We are pulling off of closed session item 1. And then as to announcements, item 3 relates to a potential settlement with the JW Marriott on a transient occupancy tax dispute.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can you call forward speakers addressing the closed session agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, noting for the record, we don't have any in-person speakers speaking on the closed session agenda, and we did not receive any public comments electronically on the closed session agenda.
And Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Fessel, do you have any speakers who would like to address the closed session agenda?
No, we do not, thank you for asking.
Hearing none, we will close the public comment and recess to closed session.
Yes, Teresa. Mayor,
Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Fessel, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. We are now in the council
Thank you so much.
chambers, and it looks like we'll begin shortly, we'll start right at 5 o'clock. But thank you for checking in.
Thanks.
Is Jim there?
Councilmember Fessel and Mayor Aiken, is City Manager Jim Vanderpool with you as well?
We haven't seen Jim for hours.
yes.
Noted.
I'm just
Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. This meeting will include teleconference participation by Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Fessel. Since the mayor will be joining the meeting via teleconference, she has asked me to chair this meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Diaz,
Present.
Councilmember Leon,
Present.
Councilmember Bacalva,
Here.
Councilmember Meeks,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz,
Here.
Councilmember Fessel,
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 5 present in person and 2 via teleconference.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Pastor Erica Flora from Eastside Christian Church. Following that, the flag salute.
Let's pray. God, we're grateful for this great city. God, we're grateful for the ways that you have led this amazing leadership of this city throughout all the sectors. And God, I just pray for wisdom and discernment, God, for provision, for all of those who wish to continue to make this city the best that it can be. And God, we're just so grateful for the ways that you've blessed us in so many ways, and grateful for just how you've shown up in our lives. And I pray that you would continue to show up tonight throughout all of the agenda items and all the items that are discussed. We love you. Amen.
Thank you. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America. Son of home.
Tonight, the City of Anaheim is honored to recognize Oliver Cortez's artwork throughout the city. We have the honor to celebrate the incredible talent and vision that exists right here in our very own community. Oliver Cortez, whose work has brought color, inspiration, and a unique perspective to our city. He has been an integral part of our local art scene, using our city landmarks, our own streets, parks, and public spaces as inspiration. Oliver also helped paint the Chicano Heritage Month mural at Little People's Park. His works have made their mark not only through skill, but through a deep sense of connection to the place we all call home. These works are more than just paint on canvas. They are reflections of our shared history, our diverse culture, and our collective identity in Anaheim. Whether it's capturing the quiet beauty of everyday life or simply celebrating our vibrant city, your impact is not just aesthetic, it's social, educational, and emotional. Oliver, thank you, and we look forward to seeing your future projects. Would you please join us up? Thank you. Thank you for your.
Yes, of course, of course. Hello, good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you all here. Thank you guys for being here. It means a lot to me from the bottom of my heart. I want to give a special thanks to my beautiful family right over here to the side of me, to my beautiful girlfriend, Amy, to my beautiful mother, Monica, my beautiful sisters, Ariel and Olivia. God bless you all. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to making a change throughout my time in my life, and I want to inspire the people who were brought up like how I was brought up, and I want to show them that there's hope from no matter where you come from, and to spread the light and to inspire the next generation. Because when I'm not here, I look forward to seeing someone carry my legacy and to inspire the next generation after them. So I want to thank you all. You all have a beautiful night. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Madam Clerk, will you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We do have 4 this evening, recognizing October 6th to the 12th, 2024 as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week, recognizing October 20th to the 26th as National Friends of the Library Week, recognizing October 20th through the 26th as Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, and recognizing November 14th, 2024 as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. We do have representatives for 2 of the proclamations. The first, we do have the President of the Friends of the Anaheim Public Library. If they can step forward at this time. Oh, the treasurer. Okay. So we have the treasurer step forward.
Thank you. I'm Bonnie Stevens, the treasurer. Nancy asked me to do this for her. Mayor Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, and members of the City Council, thank you for this recognition of the Friends of the Anaheim Public Library's 60th anniversary of our incorporation, beginning with the work of Elizabeth Schulte and her group, and continuing until now. The Friends have raised over $1.8 million for the Anaheim Public Library system. We continue to raise funds, especially through our book sales that we hold every 3rd Friday of the month, except in December, when it will be the 2nd Friday, the 13th. That means our next sale is just 2 days away on the 15th of November, when DVDs will be half price, only 50 cents each, or 6 for $3. Books will be 25 cents, or $2 a bag. Children's books, 10 cents each, $1 a bag, because we want to get as many used and new books out there to be enjoyed. We also sell CDs, puzzles, jewelry, sheet music, and whatever we can find to raise funds. Our monies raised go to provide programs for the summer and winter reading programs, the Big Read, the Heritage Center, and many other projects at the library. We have contributed thousands to the garden at the Central Library, which has now been renamed Friends Garden. We're helping with donations to the Maker Center being built at Haskett Library. We were honored this week to have Mayor Pro Tem Norma Campos Kurtz at our anniversary celebration, as well as Representative Lou Correa and representatives of State Senator Tom Umberg and State Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk-Silva. We are especially honored to help our award-winning library and our special librarian, Audrey Lujan, by contributing our time and effort to keep this special organization going for years to come. Thank you. We'd like to have our picture taken with you if we could.
Let her take the official one, then we'll get you. And so we will have to squeeze in. So first right here. Great. And then go ahead and come right in here. Now right here. Thank you, everyone.
And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, we do have representatives for law enforcement records and support personnel. They want to step forward to accept.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. During Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Week, we recognize the exceptional group within our own Anaheim Police Department. The Records Bureau personnel are truly unsung heroes operating behind the scenes to manage, organize, and maintain the department's essential records. Their hard work and attention to detail are vital in everything we do. As an example, in 2023 alone, they processed over 36,000 police reports. Their dedication makes our department stronger each and every day, and we are incredibly grateful. This is just a small token to recognize them for their phenomenal work each and every day, and we are truly proud and blessed to have a phenomenal crew. So thank you very much, and congratulations this week. If we can take a picture, that'd be great.
Okay, everybody look right here. Let me get one more. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor and City Council, noting for the record that we do have one this evening. On to, the consent calendar, agenda item number 12 is the adoption of two ordinances. One of the ordinances is 6596, which is the approval of the amended and restated development agreement with Anaheim Real Estate Partners. A memo from City Attorney's Office was distributed to City Council to reflect there was an insertion of a previously omitted information and a deleted redundant condition, number 87, to Exhibit L of the amended and restated development agreement. All this was part of the record of the public hearing, as well as was previously part of the recommendation by Planning Commission, noting that tonight's action would include those updates to the exhibit of the ordinance that's being presented to council. The memorandum, as well as the attached related information, was distributed to City Council, as well as posted on the city's website and made publicly available. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing the council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This evening's speakers will have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearing. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the Mayor Pro Tem only if any non-agenda items speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. Please note that the name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we do ask you to please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter, who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Thank you. Buenas tardes. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la secretaria municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We do appreciate reflecting the spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:19, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:49, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, we do have two speakers addressing the City Council on agenda items. The first speaker addressing agenda item number 13, Mr. Paul Hayek, and the time limit is 3 minutes.
Under what I'm seeing in your request, look at Ventura. Ventura requires for e-bikes to be purchased, nobody under 18, M1 license on your license. If I'm a dealer and or the representative, I have to have an M1 on my license, and the dealer has to have an M1. These e-bikes are so silent, they'll mow handicaps down. I've almost been mowed down in Costa Mesa. And they do maximum 28 to 30 miles an hour, and they're supposed to have helmets and follow the same rules as pump bicycles, regular, what our kids ride to school, 10-speed bicycles. But they don't. And I've seen kids as young as 13 on them.
Our next speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
Here I am. That's right. That's what my mother called me when I was born. Anyway, we'll get back to that. Mark Richard Daniels. With the new technologies that have come along, some great, some not so great, but nevertheless, it's progression, and it's just the way the world is. From when I was a kid, all we had were skateboards with metal wheels and bicycle with a crooked back tire. Yeah. Anyhow, but in the present day, we have e-bikes, electric bikes, which I can't afford one. And then also we have the scooters that are electric, and they can just go very fast. And if you're on a sidewalk, and many times I've been on Lincoln Avenue, anywhere up and down Lincoln Avenue, and I've almost gotten clobbered with them whizzing by on either an e-bike, which they shouldn't be on the sidewalk, because I consider that a motor vehicle, and certainly the scooters, where they yell at you like, "Get out of my way." And my brother has been, who's in a wheelchair, osteogenesis imperfecta, he's been in a wheelchair for several years. He's 70 years old, and he's been clipped a couple of times by these, either the e-bike or the scooter going by, and they don't say anything. They just like look at you and keep going. And it's a very much, especially for the seniors, handicapped people that just can't get out of the way fast enough, especially at night. And most of them don't have their lights on, or, and it's just a danger that's just waiting to be critical to the point where somebody's going to get killed. And it's probably going to be some senior that might come out, step out on the sidewalk and get clipped. And like I say, I've almost gotten clipped several times. So something has to be done about this. This is something that should not be on a public sidewalk. Now, I understand the old scooters that were not motorized. That's kind of a different story, but these things are going so fast, and you just don't have time to react. You turn around and they're right on you. And like I say, it's a danger to the point where somebody's going to get killed or seriously injured, and then what do we do? Thank you very much.
And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes those speaking on agenda items. We'll move forward to those on general items. Our first speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
Mouser, Mickey, you got some reports to look at. They're going from sidewalk to sidewalk, get them drugs and alcohol. And they're working on the streets in the parks. And they're trying to keep the safety of the parks cleaned up. Because I live next door to Boysen Park. I oversee that one. But I don't go out there. The city does that when they go through to check the parks, the park ranger. And I keep minding over the tags on Disney and trying to work on the reports of the trafficking, sex trafficking, because I have to work on the reports on telling the parents to behave themselves, because They used to be burlesque out there. They used to dress half naked out there. They used to do that, and they kind of cleaned that up. And that's what they've been trying to do. And as far as security goes, I keep hearing the reports on the fire department and how they function on the brush fires and for Disney. I hear the reports. That's good reports on the Mayor channel. And I remember the old reports on the security for Disney, where it's coming from to be safe. And what I'm looking at is the old fire chief. I forget his name all of a sudden. I have his report at home that I was working on, and I'm still remembering what it was when I was able to record off the cable. But now you can't do that, so I have to use my camera, and I'm trying to get my subliminal messages set up that way. And to make things available to have the reports. I can't afford the reports. I need someone to give me a copy and right out of the situation so I can go home and review it, because I'm the one that's doing the records on this matter. I just don't have the economics to do it with like that. And if someone wants to bless the city, I could help bless the city on that matter, where I could do that. And I pray for you in the mornings, in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's what I'm looking at. I want to see what's going to happen with the city of Anaheim to be safe from the homeless, because they're not safe. They're unstable from drugs and alcohol.
Cecil, thank you. Your time is up.
Prepared to take care of that security-wise.
Our next speaker,
In
Matthew
the Father,
Duncan.
Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Cecil. Our next
Okay.
speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Y'all let me know what you want to do on that situation, and I'll take the reports. You know my mailing address. God bless. And it's good to be in Anaheim. Mouser.
Matthew Duncan. Before I resume my comments that I made at the last meeting regarding rodenticides, I just want to make a comment about the National Friends of the Library Week. I'm a product of Anaheim's public libraries. My mom had me and my siblings go there during the summer so we would read. And I read every book in the library on coyotes and wolves. And the head librarian ultimately said, you know what, you've read all of our reading materials, but I'm going to see if I can find some other things. And she actually got me some peer-reviewed research papers. I was reading those as a kid, and but I appreciate it. She didn't have to do that. She was going above and beyond what was required, and I was just some kid that was coming in there. So I appreciate these people. Anyway, I spoke last week or last time about the rodenticide and the fact that you have issues with it here. You're using banned rodenticides, and there'll be another ban going into effect on January 1. And I know that each of you should have received an email from Humane Wildlife Control, which is run by Rebecca Dimitrick, who's one of the real experts on how to, again, humanely get along with wildlife, coyotes, even rodents. So, and what she does real fast is she focuses on two things. One is on sanitation. I parked in the parking lot east of this building. The dumpster there has trash piled up probably about 9 feet high on the west side of the 4-story structure. Okay, that's like McDonald's for rodents. Okay, the second thing is what's called rodent exclusion, where she uses mesh. Maybe you're familiar with it. She does not use poison, She uses the mesh to fill in every possible opening. Typically, they're going to be around the roof or the roof line. And then after she does that, she live traps the rodents, takes them outside and releases them. And you get it done once, you're done. You have a contract with Orkin. Orkin's charging you every month. Okay, they're not interested in removing the problem. They're interested in profiting from your problem. So I just wanted to mention that. Again, Humane Wildlife Control, you might want to check your emails. It was probably several months ago that she offered her services to you, but that was in regards to the coyote issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I'm halfway through noting the previous meeting. I'm at the 5-hour mark, 4 hours to go, so that should be concluded this weekend. At the end of that meeting, I'd like to compliment Council Member Rubicalva for alerting us to a discussion that took place at the ATID meeting recently, where the newly appointed head was suggesting they drop the state-mandated audit. And I appreciate her for noticing that. But it raises some questions. And that is, on the board are Tom Morgan, the convention manager for the city, as well as Jim Vanderpool, the city manager. And they were both there since pretty much close to the inception of ATID in 2010. And for the following 14 years, there was no audit. And they didn't alert us to that. So that raises a second question that seems like the same people are on that oversight committee, and I find that a bit troubling. I'm curious, I'd like a clarification. I'm not trying to persuade you, just a clarification. Are the public invited to those meetings? There was one today, and when I called and was directed to the city manager, I was told no, the public is not invited to those meetings, even though on the agenda it had a section for public comments. So if we could have some clarification on that, I'd appreciate it. That committee is important because it oversees about a $30 million project or assessment. And things change, just like in the Planning Council, things change over the years. Our Planning Commission, projects start one way, and as times change, there's adjustments made. Perhaps we should be looking at ATID's funding to see, maybe make some adjustments there. And I think the public should be invited to sit on those meetings, particularly since there's been a failure on the audit for the previous 15 years. Hopefully the state mandated audit will be honored. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers, noting for the record that we did receive 30 electronic comments on general items. Those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you. Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Fessel, do you have any speakers who would like to address the council under public comments?
We do not. We have our agenda publicly noticed, but we do not have any in-person speakers. Thank you.
Hearing none, we will now close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to the council communications. Anybody have council communications?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Just want to thank everyone who joined us at 85 Degrees last month for our community cafecito in partnership with Assemblymember Valencia. It was a great opportunity to connect with neighbors, discuss key issues in our neighborhoods, and how we can all work together to make positive changes in our community. A special shout out to the Brokers Project 6 students for taking the time on a Saturday morning to get involved and engaged on key issues that are important to them and our city. A couple of weeks ago, we hosted our second annual Trunk or Treat event at the Anaheim Elementary Key Campus. We couldn't have done it without all of our community partners, including the Anaheim Elementary School District, the Brown Descents, Naranjeros, and Anaheim Car Clubs, and everyone who stopped by to make it such a fun event. And we really can't wait for next year. I may have mentioned this at the last meeting, but wanted to reiterate my congratulations to all of the volunteers and city staff who really pulled out all the stops for the 100th anniversary of the Halloween parade. Had some amazing designs, surprises, creative flair that really brought the Halloween magic to life. Congratulations, special shout out to Public Works, who I think won the trophy. So for the rest of you, something to strive for next year, to take the trophy from Public Works. So thank you all again for all that you do. I also want to give a shout out to all of the amazing Dia de los Muertos events that took place across the city. I got to attend celebrations at Savannah High School, Peter Marshall Elementary, and our own city event here at Center Greens. From the vibrant decorations to heartfelt altars, big thank you to everyone who attended and helped bring our community together for an unforgettable celebration. This week, we also recognized Veterans Day and all of the amazing veterans here in our community who served in our military. We remember the bravery, sacrifice, and strength of all who served to protect our freedom and that continue to inspire us every day to stand together and strive for a brighter future. So to all of our veterans, we thank you for your service. And with Thanksgiving around the corner, I want to invite everyone to our upcoming turkey giveaway on Sunday, November 24th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Brookers Community Center. We're honored to continue supporting Frank Garcia and his Thanksgiving tradition of giving thanks and giving back to our community. It's a little different this year. It's not the big traditional Thanksgiving event at the Honda Center, but in partnership with Frank and Friends of Families, we'll be distributing 200 turkeys to families in our community, and we invite you to join us. It's a drive-through event, so it's easy and safe to pick up a turkey for you to share a meal with loved ones. It's also first come, first serve, so come by, spread the word, and let's celebrate the season of giving together. And then just very briefly want to recognize our October Restaurant and Businesses of the Month. Starting with our Restaurant of the Month, I'm excited to recognize Noodle House, a family-owned small business that has been serving up authentic Chinese flavors right here in Anaheim. They are located just off of Euclid and Crescent in District 2. From tasty noodles to savory stir-fries and fresh dim sum, their dedication to traditional cooking shines through in every bite. Not only are they a beloved local gem, but they're also looking to invest in exciting upgrades to make your dining experience even better. So make sure to try it out, show them some love and support as they continue to grow in our community. So congratulations again to the entire Noodle House team on being recognized as our Restaurant of the Month. And for our Business of the Month, I'm proud to recognize One Stop Flooring Supply. With locations in Anaheim off of Euclid and Broadway and Artesia, they've been providing top-notch flooring materials, everything from hardwood to vinyl and laminate. I learned more about flooring in those few minutes where we were presenting the certificate than I ever knew before, but they've been doing this for over 20 years. Andy is the manager of the Anaheim location, and his father started the company even before he could speak English, showing how hard work and dedication can really build something great. It's immigrants like Andy's father that play such a vital role in our economy, and we're thrilled to celebrate and recognize their success and continued contributions in our community. So congratulations to Andy and the entire One Stop Flooring Supply team for being recognized as our Business of the Month. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Rucaba? I'll ask him at the end.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz. We do have some slides, but I also just wanted to mention, so I represent District 3, which is home to 50,000 residents, working class community, and we do share a lot of the things that we have going on in the community, but this time I did limit it because we did have quite a few things, but wanted to share after a recent election, I want to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem Campos Kurtz for keeping her seat. But I also had the opportunity to speak at a class at Chapman University on local politics, so that is why I congratulated her. And it was an honor to be able to speak to many students just about being a person who gets to govern a local municipality and make decisions for budgets and public safety and other things like that. So that was something we were able to share. We have one of the students who is also a District 3 resident in our council chambers today, so thank you for the opportunity. Next slide. So as you know, every year K&A, which is a local small business, hosts their annual Christmas Eve community brunch. Many of the people in this room are present, including Anaheim PD, our SWAT team, mounted unit, as well as fire, public utilities. So we will be calling all of you guys to please attend again this year. We host about 800 people who come and get toys for their families and are also treated to a complimentary brunch. So please, if you would like to attend or share this opportunity, it is on Christmas Eve, which is December 24th, and it's hosted from 9 to 12 on Center Street. They are taking donations at this time for toys, kids of all ages, including our teens. Teens are some of the most important because they are usually the ones who are left out. So if you would like to make a contribution, K&A does have boxes there, and they are also looking for wrapping paper. Next one. I went to Anaheim High School, so I am a former colonist, class of 1996, so I just have to give a shout out to our football team, who is currently in CIF playoffs. They are playing this Friday, and I know they will make it to the next game next Thursday, or next Friday, so I just wanted to send some fierce vibes their way for the win this Friday. And then like Councilmember Leon mentioned, we did host in District 3, which is the district that hosts most of our wonderful events. We did have our annual Veterans Day event honoring many of our veterans. And I did feature some of our Public Works members who are also veterans, as well as District 3 residents. The top 3 images there are all members of District 3 who are veterans who've served our country. And then the person up at the left is actually the Santa at South Coast Plaza. So I just wanted to make sure we all go to South Coast Plaza this year, and it is Santa. And then on a separate note, I want to ask Mayor Pro Tem to please close the meeting in memory of Jacob Anthony Maldonado. And I just want to give a couple of remarks. So Jake was born on January 23rd, 2002. He passed away on August 13th, 2024, just 3 months ago today. He was a talented logistics specialist, admired by his colleagues for his dedication and work ethic. Outside of his professional life, he had a deep passion for basketball and music. He enjoyed playing basketball and was a devoted fan, also loved the Dodgers. So although I am an Angels fan, we will congratulate the Dodgers on their recent World Series win. He is also remembered not only for his skills on the court and his musical taste, but also for his infectious sense of humor and quick wit. Jake had a unique ability to bring joy to those around him, making every moment brighter. He is survived by his loving parents, my brother and sister-in-law, and his siblings, Regina, Stephen, and Jada. His presence will be deeply missed by our family, and he is a former student of Rio Vista. So if you could please close the meeting in his memory. And that concludes my council comments.
Councilmember Fessel, do you have any council communications?
No, we don't. Thank you very much.
So, Mayor, that both of you, neither of you have council communications. Okay, I do have a couple of comments. Want to, and it's, I know it's past. Okay. We had 2 Halloween celebrations, and the reason I bring this up late is because I want to thank some folks. Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento was kind enough to bring hundreds of pumpkins to Ponderosa Family Resource Center. He, along with Mary and myself, distributed those pumpkins to very excited families. Thank you very much, Supervisor, and thank you to Community Services for their help in making that day happen. In addition to handing out pumpkins at Ponderosa, we also handed out pumpkins at the Golden Skies Mobile Home Park. And I want to thank, special thanks to Bharat Patel and from the Castle Inn and Suites and Tina Riley from Wincom Hospitality, who helped make that possible. They did not want the holiday to go unnoticed in so asked me to select a site. Selected the mobile home park that is in District 4. I've mentioned it before. It is one that has one driveway in and out. So many kids were so excited. They actually came to see what was going on. They went back to their homes, changed into their costumes, and came to get candy. And had some craft work for them. So I want to thank everyone involved with that. It was much appreciated. And I did attend the Friends of the Anaheim Public Library event. Thank you so much for the work they do. I learned that day that they're the ones responsible for raising the money to buy all the books that we give away at the mobile family resource centers. And if any of you have been there and see the kids treasure those books, in many cases, it's the first book they've ever owned. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for the work that you do. And lastly, it's the Veterans Day celebration. I just included one photo. I'm very proud to say that there's a man in the middle with a denim cap on. It's my husband. I'm very proud. He's a Vietnam War veteran. Very proud of all of the people, all of the veterans that joined us that day. It was a great event and something our city should be very, very proud of. Thank you. Okay, now it's time for the city manager's update. Mr. Assistant City Manager, do you have anything to report?
I do not, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, then we move on. Consent calendar items 1 through 15 are before us. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item for further discussion? Member Meeks?
I'd like to remove item 13.
Rubalcava? Oh. Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Fessel, any items you'd like to pull from the consent calendar?
No, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, any items you'd like to pull?
No, thank you.
Actually,
Oh, you do, I'm sorry.
can I pull item 2 for a quick comment, Madam Mayor Pro Tem? Item 2? Thank you. And I'll move the balance.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, I will. Let me just read into the consent calendar included in adoption of a couple of ordinances. Ordinance number 6594 is an ordinance of the City of Anaheim amending section 1.04.310 and adding section 1.04.312 of chapter 1.04 of Title I of the Anaheim Municipal Code relating to the procurement of certain equipment, materials, supplies, and services for the Public Utilities Department to address emergency repairs, operations, maintenance, and construction, and electric and water utility infrastructure. Ordinance number 6595, an ordinance of the City of Anaheim amending chapter 18.20 Platinum Triangle Mixed Use Overlay Zone and chapter 18.38 Supplemental Use Regulations of Title 18 Zoning of the Anaheim Municipal Code. Ordinance number 6596, an ordinance of the City of Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting amended and restated development agreement number 2020-00004 by and between the City of Anaheim and Anaheim Real Estate Partners LLC and making certain findings related thereto. This is related to amendment number 1 to the OC Vibe Master Site Plan. And the roll call, Councilmember Diaz,
Yes.
Councilmember Leon,
Aye.
Councilmember Rubalcava,
Yes.
Councilmember Meeks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz,
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel,
Aye.
Mayor Aiken.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
I have a question procedure. Councilmember Leon, I think, pulled item 2. It was on the
As part of the
closed
consent
session?
calendar?
I'm sorry, item 2 of the consent calendar. Okay, so let's go with that one first.
Sure, I just had a very quick comment and actually an ask, Madam Mayor, if we can update Anaheim Fall Festival Committee, as well as if we can also add in our city departments who participated as part of the parade. Just wanted to add that addition to the recognitions.
Yes, thank you for that friendly amendment.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to move item 2.
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you call roll on that?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Diaz.
Yes.
Councilmember Alone.
Aye.
Councilmember Bacava.
Yes.
Councilmember Meeks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel.
Aye.
Mayor Aiken.
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
And we move to item 13. Councilmember Meeks, would you like staff report?
No, I have a few questions. So in this new ordinance, which I appreciate you bringing forward, I think it is a new technology. It's important that we kind of establish what the rules are. There was quite a problem for a while in my community, and helping educate the kids and the parents has been really helpful. I mean, I think people want to follow the law when they understand the law and it's clear. So I appreciate that. So now we're kind of creating these new regulations that will help let everybody live with e-bikes and enjoy them and use them, but not to the detriment of others. But I just had a couple questions. And one of the parts, it calls for no more than 20 miles per hour on public pathways. And I'm not really sure what a pathway is.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Councilmember Meeks, to answer your question in regards to the definition of a public pathways for this ordinance, it would include streets, roads, highways, bicycle path, and bicycle lanes.
Okay, so would it include a multi-use trail that has bicycles and pedestrians on it?
So if it's a trail, such as in our parks, regional parks, that would fall into a different category, which would be paved trails, and that would be a 10 mile per hour limitation on that.
Okay, all right, that's good, that's helpful, thank you. And then it had an exception for motorized tricycles and quadricycles that are necessary for mobility challenged people, which, I mean, I want to accommodate them, but I was concerned that there was no speed limit or no limits on those. Is that, if they're going down a sidewalk at 20 miles per hour, and I don't know how fast they go, but I'm sure with the YouTube video, they could figure it out, right? That's what the bicycles were doing. So what are the regulations and guidelines that govern that?
Yeah, I'll start off with the intent, and then I'll defer to one of my subject matter experts. But in regards to the intent, you're absolutely right. That exemption is for those individuals with limited mobility that need assistance, a motorized wheelchair, whatnot. And I don't know, to be honest with you, if there's any limitations on speed. I'll refer to Officer Tyler Raby, who's our subject matter expert on it.
Good evening, Council. To your point, ma'am, those typically are those electric wheelchairs. The top mile an hour typically is around 5 to 10 miles an hour. These are for the mobility for an individual that needs that for moving around. So that's why the intent there was, like the chief said, it's just for the safety and to allow them still to utilize their wheelchairs in that aspect. Not typically a motorized conveyance like we're seeing.
Okay. All right, so those don't go as fast generally. Although I saw one going down a really steep street the other day, and he looked like he was picking up speed. I was a little concerned. Don't hit anything. All right, and then my last question is, can park rangers enforce these regulations in parks and on trails? Or does it require the police department to enforce these?
So obviously, generally, sworn personnel, our motor officers are the ones that generally will enforce moving violations in regards to this ordinance. And I'll be honest with you, I'll need to defer to the city staff to see if our park rangers can even have that capability. So if you can just give me 1 sec.
Here she comes right now, our director of Community Services.
Good evening. Related to park rangers can advise, but they don't have any enforcement capabilities. The challenge sometimes is, as we're advising, people are taking off on their motorized vehicles. And as you mentioned, we also noticed the difficulties in the parks with some of those. But yes, park rangers do advise anyone who is on motorized vehicles within the parks.
Okay. And then if there's a continuing problem with a group or a person, you can work with the police department to help enforce that.
Correct. Whether it's an immediate need, we'll contact the police at that time. If there's a reoccurring issue, then we'll work with our community policing team to help us address those issues.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions. I don't know if anybody else has any.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
I also want to just thank you for bringing this ordinance. I think it's long overdue. How did we model it after other cities' ordinances?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we looked at the 34 cities in Orange County. In addition to that, we also looked at the Orange County parks and Orange County for unincorporated areas. So we basically took a deep dive into all of those and came up with our ordinance today.
Were there any cities that had more regulation around our youth utilize? Because we have to have a license to drive a car, right? And some of these e-bikes go pretty fast, 35 miles, and it's a YouTube video away from modifying it. So are there any other cities who require a license to utilize these e-bikes?
Currently, there is no city within Orange that has that requirement, and mainly because the state law does not require that to operate these vehicles or these devices.
How many complaints do you receive about e-bikes?
It is something that has been growing, and I'm looking through my notes. Just give me 1 second if you can. Councilmember Rubalcaba, to answer, I don't have the exact numbers as far as complaints. What I can share is between 2019 and 2022, there's been a 269% increase in sales of these devices, and on average, there's 1 million electrical bikes being sold every year. In regards to what we're seeing, we have seen, not so much on the complaints, but on the in regards to the accidents that we have seen an increase of accidents from 2019 to 2023. And we've seen that progression every year increase.
And when we recently, I think it's El Rancho Elementary, we recently approved the use of, or the hiring of a school resource officer. And I think it was mentioned that one of the reasons was e-bike complaints. Can you elaborate on what that was?
Correct. We've had several community meetings in Anaheim Hills. And in those meetings, in one particular, there was actually a staff member from that school, and she had mentioned that she lives in the neighborhood. She walks in the parks and in the streets, and she mentioned that majority of the youth that are involved in those type of violations are actually students from that school. As you know, that particular school is the only junior high school in Anaheim Hills, so it covers most of the youth in that age group that are utilizing this in that area.
What type of training will be provided to our police officers for enforcement?
Great question. So our traffic unit does a phenomenal job in continuing to educate our patrol officers on any current and existing and future laws that may come up. So that practice will continue. We also make sure that our school resource officers, in this particular case with the e-bikes, are well aware of those because we utilize our school resource officers to provide that education to not only the school staff, but more importantly, students and parents who are attend the PTA meetings and the after-school meetings and whatnot. So really, as I'm sure this council is well aware, when it comes to traffic and dealing with traffic concerns, we focus on the 3 E's, which is the education, enforcement, and engineering. And education is a huge component that we plan to continue to use when it comes to issues regarding e-bikes.
Great. I completely support this ordinance. I would like us to explore potentially having some stronger laws around how our youth are utilizing it, or whether there should be required licenses if it's going over a certain speed limit. I just think that we need to keep our community safe. And I know that in LA, there was a person who was killed by an e-bike. Or not by the e-bike, but the person who was riding the e-bike. So I think that's something for us just to monitor and consider doing in the future. But thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is Councilman Fessel. I have a follow-up question to Councilmember Meeks's issue about trails. And Chief, you talked about paved trails and how they would be limited, speeds limited to 10 miles an hour on a paved trail. Well, I would think, and I've been on a number of trails across the city, and some of those trails are decomposed granite, and I'm not, basically gravel. And I'm not sure that that would be considered paved in the strictest sense of the word. Are we considering that, all trails, not necessarily paved trails, would be covered by this? And I'll leave it at that.
That's a great question, Councilmember Fessel. In regards to the unpaved trails, there's actually a separate bullet point regarding defining unsafe operations, and that's operating on unpaved trails meant for hiking, equestrian use, or walking. So they would not be allowed to operate on unpaved trails.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I support this ordinance because it's right on the spot. It's all about speed. Your brain is trained to see a bicycle and you think you can proceed. But e-bikes are way faster and you proceed and you're hitting the e-bike. So it's all about speed. This ordinance is right on target. My advice for mom and dad for this Christmas, if your child asks you for an e-bike, say no, blame Santa. Say no, it's way too dangerous. It's a million gift that you can give to your kid. This is not the one. Please don't do it. Don't do it. And I would like to move this item forward, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Rubalcava?
This question is mainly for Mike Lister on the communications front. So Mike, is there going to be a comprehensive outreach to the community about the ordinance?
Yes. Yes, thank you for the question. So our police colleagues have actually done a very good job educating the public on the different types of vehicles and the types of regulations that apply to them. With this new ordinance, we will be happy to partner with them to make sure that we amplify the message and that everybody in our community is aware of the new rules and how it affects them. Very similar to how we did with speed limits.
Perfect, thank you.
And I just have a comment. You've all been talking about e-bikes. Some of my district can't afford e-bikes, but they have the e-scooters, I think. And so when communication goes out, please also just don't assume that people because I know the ordinance is written for all motorized wheeled conveyances. It includes the motorized scooters or the e-scooters or whatever they're called. And those are zooming by on the sidewalk and very dangerous. So just ask that as you educate the public, that you also emphasize those because they're also dangerous. And again, some residents might say, oh, well, we don't have e-bikes, doesn't apply to us, but it may. I want to make sure that they understand that. Thank you. Now, we've had a first and a second, so what, am I missing something? We need a roll call vote?
Councilmember Diaz?
Yes.
Councilmember Leon?
Aye.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Yes.
Councilmember Meeks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz?
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel?
Yes.
Mayor Aiken?
Yes?
Let the record show 7 ayes, no nays. Ordinance is introduced.
Okay, we go to our business calendar. Item 16 is an ordinance prohibiting gifts from restricted resources over $50. This item was requested by Councilmember Leon. Councilmember Leon, do you have comments or would you like a staff report?
We're going to have Assistant City Attorney and Ethics Officer Arden Berjikli give the report.
Yes. Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mayor. I'm Assistant City Attorney and City Ethics Officer Arden Berjikli. On October the 8th, the Council directed the City Attorney's Office to bring back for your consideration an ordinance that would strengthen the city's laws with respect to the acceptance and giving of gifts from certain restricted sources to ensure that Anaheim officials that file statements of economic interest, or in other words, Form 700s, cannot accept a gift from such a source in a calendar year that exceeds $50. Simply put, a restricted source is either a lobbyist or a person that is conducting business before the city in one of many ways. To this end, we have drafted an ordinance proposing to add section 1.11.085 to the Anaheim Municipal Code. And on that note, if we could have the first slide, please. Council, this slide is representative general concepts, again, as the proposed municipal code section 1.11.085 would include. So generally a gift, of course, is any payment that confers a personal benefit upon a recipient. Examples are either monetary goods or services. Currently, the state allowance is that California allows for gifts up to $590 from reportable sources. And again, that's a state law. The city allowance under this proposed municipal code section 1.11.085 would allow for Form 700 filers, which are also known as city officials in the proposed ordinance, to accept gifts up to $50 from certain restricted sources. Of course, all other reportable sources would remain at the $590 state limit, and I'll explain a little bit about that shortly. If we can go to the next slide. So this slide is the crux of the section that would be added to the municipal code. It represents the definition of what restricted sources would be and for which we would limit gifts up to $50 from in a calendar year. Restricted sources would be a person seeking a city contract within the past 12 months, having a city contract presently and for 12 months after a contract has ended with the city, seeking a license, permit, or other entitlement for use, or having sought one in the past 12 months and for 12 months thereafter. Registered lobbyists, or those required to be registered under city law. And finally, any person lobbying, influencing, or advocating the city that would have a personal financial impact on that person currently or in the past 12 months and for 12 months thereafter. I know that's a lot to process, but in essence, this represents two groups of people. It's either lobbyists or those required to be registered as lobbyists, or those simply put, those having business before the city. If we can move on to the next slide. So the prohibitions under this municipal code section would be for city officials and for gift givers. Under city officials, there should be no solicitation of a gift from a restricted source from a city official. There should be no acceptance of a gift of more than $50 in a calendar year from any restricted source. No acceptance of a gift from an unknown source. And for that, let me explain. An unknown source would be when a city official does not know where the gift is coming from. So they should not be accepting that gift until they determine who the gift giver is. And finally, a city official will be required to make a reasonable effort to determine whether a gift giver is a restricted source. As for the gift giver, there should be no intentional or knowing giving of a gift to a city official. And a gift giver should make a reasonable effort to inform a city official if they are a restricted source. And all of this is geared towards helping make a determination as to whether the gift giver is a restricted source. Move on to the next slide. So enforcement of this section would have an emphasis on compliance, with a chance to fix a violation within California's current 30-day period. California allows for a 30-day cure period to either return a gift, pay down a gift, or donate it to charity. So we want to mirror that 30-day cure period to allow for compliance and not necessarily to punish either a city official or a gift giver. On that note, a city official can return the gift, as I mentioned, reimburse it in full, pay the difference, or donate it to charity. Of course, these are just general statements. The law is very specific on how these could occur, but I just wanted to provide you with generally how a process could work. And of course, if there's intentional or knowing behavior, either by a city official or a gift giver, or a gift is not cured by one of those processes mentioned above, then the various penalties could be personnel discipline upon a city official, censure, admonishment, termination of employment, or an infraction. An infraction is akin to a speeding ticket with monetary penalties assessed. But of course, those are only if there's intentional or knowing behavior. This final slide, of course, represents the definitions and the prohibitions for you to look at. So the goal in drafting this ordinance was to place great detail in the definition section, particularly the restricted sources, which we went over previously. And then under the prohibitions, to make that as clear as possible as to what is not allowed. Next slide. And finally, section 1.11.085.030 would be the violations and enforcement, which I went over, again, with the emphasis being compliance and curing and not necessarily punishment. Having said that, the goal of this ordinance, again, is not to seek any sort of punishment against an official or a gift giver. It is to seek compliance and the ability to correct. We will, of course, offer guidance if there are any questions. And I want to state that the restricted sources we have defined would be those that have the most potential for influence upon a city official. Gifts from non-restricted sources can still be made up to the $590 state level. For example, for an official who has full disclosure responsibilities of any gift requirements, a gift from their alma mater or college that is located out of the city or out of the state would, for example, be allowed to give a gift up to the state's $590 level. There are, of course, other examples that would be a reportable source that would not fall under a restricted source, which we are seeking to prohibit gifts up to $50. This ordinance is a local restriction designed to lower the state's current limit, which other local jurisdictions with such restrictions deem to be high for lobbyists or those doing business before them. By high, I'm referring to the $590 state level. And we want to bring this down to a level that is de minimis. By using the word restricted, we are not implying that a gift is not allowed. We're implying that a gift from such a source may be made only when it does not exceed $50. Finally, of course, gift exceptions such as gifts provided to the city in limited circumstances or under the ticket policy guidelines or that fall under one of the many enumerated other state exceptions would still be applicable under this ordinance. As your ethics officer, I support this ordinance as a best practice, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir?
Yes, Fessel here. I'd like to speak to this for a moment.
Please go ahead.
Okay. I support a control on gifts, and I even supported the action that we took a while back in hiring an ethics officer. And personally, I think the $50 limit is candidly very, very tight, to the point it's going to be difficult for some of us to manage. And again, I'm outgoing, so I'm thinking of those of my colleagues that are here now and those that may be here in the future. I'd like to suggest, and again, it's up to the council to determine, but I'd like to suggest that we make this $100. And the reason is for the following. There's, from time to time, a lot of our colleagues attend various receptions. And I'm afraid at $50, we're literally going to have to count the pieces of shrimp we eat to make sure that we stay under the $50 limit. And I just think that is a hardship. And since we already, per Form 700, have to report everything over $50 anyway, it just seems to me that since we have to report anything over $50, $100 limit would not seem unreasonable. And it's, of course, up to my council colleagues to how they feel about this, but I'm just going to put that out there. Again, I have nothing to gain by making this suggestion because I won't, my time is short, but just something for us to consider. Okay? Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem.
You're welcome. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Just very briefly, I'm obviously supportive of this, and I really appreciate our ethics officer as well as our city attorney for their work on all of this, as well as my colleague, Councilmember Diaz, for your input and insight as we were drafting this ordinance. I think us moving forward with this is crucial to really preserving the integrity of public office, maintaining the trust of the communities that we serve. By moving this forward, we're creating clarity, we're reinforcing our commitment to ethical governance, and we're providing transparency that our community deserves. By setting a high standard for our conduct, we're showing our commitment to a transparent government where decisions are made openly without any hidden agenda or personal gain. And for elected officials, for city officials, this creates clear boundaries that remove any uncertainty about what is or is not acceptable. And I think that this clarity protects officials from any ethical dilemmas, potential legal issues that could potentially arise, and helping us really have a straightforward standard to follow, while also simplifying compliance and avoiding questionable situations. So with that, I'll let my colleagues share their thoughts and feedback. In terms of, if I may respond to Councilman Fessel, open to discussion, but and I'll let our ethics officer opine on this as well, but personally, I would rather keep the $50 limit. We landed on $50. It's twice, twofold. One, I think there was feedback of, well, what if there's a potential gotcha situation, right? Or someone bought me a cup of coffee, or there's some sort of minimal gift, quote unquote, that gets given by adding the $50 threshold that essentially would limit any of those kinds of situations. And then we also landed on the $50 because, as my colleague mentioned, anything above $50 has to be reported so that there is no confusion and makes it easier for everybody. I lean towards leaving the $50 limit on there just because it will allow us to, it's very clear, right? Anything above $50 it just isn't allowed. And anything under $50 per state law doesn't have to be reported. And so I think that takes away a little bit of the uncertainty that we're trying to address. So I don't know, Mr. City Attorney or Ethics Officer, if there's anything that you all would want to add on that.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. You're correct. We arrived at that figure because it was, in essence, a median point between what other local jurisdictions have done. Some jurisdictions have a $0. Some have $10. Some do have $100. And I'm speaking to jurisdictions that place this local restricted source restriction, of course. So we believe that $50 would be a good point, as you indicated, and it would also avoid a lot of confusion because, of course, the state's reporting requires anything over $50 to be reported on a Form 700, and this would help avoid the situation, as you mentioned, a cup of coffee or something like that, not being an issue. But, we wanted something that was de minimis, but also a reasonably low amount.
Thank you for that.
I just also wanted to have clarified something that I think we've been talking about and may not be relevant, I guess, to the discussion. Councilmember Fessel mentioned, you go to a non-ticketed events, some sort of meeting or something, and there's food there, and he's worried about having to value the amount consumed and that sort of thing. I want to get clarity from our ethics officer about that reality and how the FPPC values those types of non-ticketed events, because I do think it's relevant to the discussion about what makes sense from a practical standpoint.
Sure, yes, I'd happy to clarify that. So a ticket event, of course, its value would be the value that's on a ticket or a pass. But invitation-only events, which the FPPC refers to them as, there's not necessarily a value imprinted on an invitation. And for such an event, the valuation of a gift is made in the following way. So you would add up the cost of foods, drink, entertainment, and so forth at this event and divide it by the number of attendees, and that would give you what the FPPC refers to as a pro rata share per attendee, and that would be the valuation of a gift. So if that gift is from a restricted source under this proposed section to the municipal code, if that valuation would be, over $50, of course, it would not be prohibited unless the official paid for it down to at or below $50. Or, of course, if there was some exception. For example, a nonprofit fundraiser is not considered a gift. So an invitation-only nonprofit fundraiser would not fall under these restrictions, for example. There's a whole host of other exceptions that would apply, but if it is deemed a gift, then yes, under this law, if it's from a restricted source, that's the valuation that would be used to compute whether if it's over $50 or not.
Thank you for that. So I have other comments, but I'll defer to my colleagues.
Councilmember Rubalcava.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a clarifying question for the Form 700. So I have 3 Form 700s, but I think that Anaheim's is just limited to Anaheim businesses. Is that correct? Okay, because you referenced if you get something from your college, but that would not be relevant in Anaheim.
Well, as a city official for Anaheim, I believe you're at the highest level of disclosure for a gift. So without getting into specifics now, yes, all gifts would need to be disclosed because you would have all reportable sources as a high level.
I don't think we do that now, though. Is that the practice now in Anaheim? Because I have a separate Form 700 for I sit on a state board, so I report state stuff on that Form 700. I sit on a fire authority board, and I would report any gifts related to that. So maybe we could just get clarification, because currently that is not the practice, so we are not in compliance with the Form 700s at this time, so that is a concern. So we probably should get clear.
Yeah, and we could have a discussion at a future date to clarify certain rules or restrictions. But if you're filing various Form 700s, then, there's certain ways to report, of course.
Okay, perfect. I support this ordinance, so.
Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you. So I'm a big supporter of this ordinance, and the reason for that is you don't do this job for money. You want to make money, you must well work for McDonald's. You would make more money than what we make here. This is not just send a message also to lobbyists and send a message to people that are doing business with the city or want to do business with the city. Don't do it. This is not just for us. It's for these individuals too. Don't do it. This is prohibited in Anaheim. And it's not complicated at all. It's the 12 months before and 12 months after is similar to the Levine ad. So it's not complicated whatsoever. It's simple. It's send a message. We are not here to make money, but to serve. So I support this. Thank you.
Mayor Aitken, do you have any questions?
I do not. I'm supportive of this. I understand that we are trying to be transparent. We are trying to do what is in good service to the people of Anaheim, and just want to say thank you to Councilmember Leon as well as Councilmember Diaz for working on this.
Thank you. I have some questions and more clarification. You did say it does not include nonprofit fundraisers for the $50 limit. What about, I'm going to use the example, something that just happened. So Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento got pumpkins, allowed the mayor and I to distribute them. Would that be considered a gift to us as a pass-through to our residents? How are things like that evaluated?
Thank you for the question. Gift laws, I want to say, are fairly complicated and detailed. A lot of it involves a case-by-case analysis. The state provides for a whole host of exceptions, but within those exceptions, it's case-by-case specific also. So I'm not sure exactly of the details of this fact pattern that you're presenting, but generally, if gifts are, what would be a gift if they're passed through or distributed or provided to other people, that generally would not be a gift.
Okay, so accepting a gift from a nonprofit, I'm going to use another example. We have a fall festival parade, and there is an entry fee to be in the parade, but they give us the gift of not charging us as council members to have a car in the parade. Is that a gift?
Mayor Pro Tem, can you clarify that? So you would be driving a car in an event?
We have we're allowed to have a car with our name on it and drive and wave to the folks, where anybody else that wants an entry into the parade pays a fee. Is that a gift? Will that be considered a gift?
So in that situation, that would typically fall under the ceremonial role exception that the state provides. So I would want to say, and again, I'm qualifying my answer with, not knowing all the details, but that generally would not be a gift.
Okay, thank you. Some other, you keep saying a gift, so it's not cumulative, it is a gift at a time, or is it cumulative for the year?
So when I refer to a gift, I'm talking about the particular instance, but if it's from the same source, of course, you accumulate the amounts for a calendar year, because Form 700s are reported the following April after the last calendar year's worth of gifts from sources.
But I just want to make sure, because you kept saying a gift. Okay, I have some other. Union events. We went through this with our lobbyist ordinance. Would union events, picnics, dinners that they invite us to, would that be included as a gift? They have business before the city in that contracts are negotiated. I'll leave it at that.
Generally, are we talking about, are you asking if they're a restricted source or not?
Yes, would we be limited to the $50 in that case with unions? And again, the gifts are usually attendance at their events.
Right, so it depends what kind of event it is and what your role is. So if if there's some sort of ceremonial role or you're making some sort of a speech, then any value provided would not be a gift. Again, if it's a fundraiser, it would not be a gift. But generally, it would fall under the conundrum of a gift.
Okay, and when you say nonprofit, is it just 501c3s, include 501c6s? What is a nonprofit?
Yes, all of those.
All of those, so anybody in that 501c category?
Yes, 501c3, 501c6.
Okay. Let me see if I had any more questions. Now, I would like, in order not to make it as complicated as I think it is in keeping track of everything, I would like to see that $50 gift restriction on lobbyists and those that should be registered as lobbyists in the city of Anaheim. And rather than trying to decide before we accept something whether it's going to reach that pro rata. Because usually we'll attend an event and then they'll let us know what that amount is after the fact so that we can either repay, to bring it down or have to claim it. And so we'd have to be doing this more in advance. Gets a little complicated.
May I comment on that? Yes, so that's why, again, we have the 30-day, what we call the cure period. So there's a period of 30 days where you can make a determination, and if it's over $50, you could decide to pay for it in full value or pay it down. So there's that compliance period where you're not in violation. But yes, it would create a little bit more of an onus on the city official and the gift provider in determining a value as soon as they possibly can. We use the word reasonable in the ordinance in order to determine if it would go over the $50 limit if it's a restricted source.
Thank you. Did you want to? Councilmember Rubalcaba.
So are behested payments included in this?
Can you,
So for
Yes.
example, and the example that Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz gave was a good one, but that's a government to government agency, so there's limitations on that. But a behested payment, so for example, if I host an event and then I personally make a request to a business to support this event, would that be considered a gift? That is a behested payment.
correct. To answer your question, generally, yes. There's certain exceptions and details that follow with that law, but generally, yes.
Okay, so could we consider looking at what that would look like? Because many times we're hosting events, we don't really have the budget to fund some of these things, but we're working with nonprofits in the community. So for example, with this K&A event, I have asked people to consider making contributions to support this local nonprofit. It doesn't benefit me in any way, it benefits the community. So that would be one area that I would request we not have the $50 applied to. I mean, we have to disclose it. I don't even know how we've been enforcing the behested payments. It seems like a lot of us are hosting events and not necessarily reporting. Whether it goes through a nonprofit or whatever the issue is, but we probably need more training and clarification on that. I'm looking at our city attorney, and Greg. So that, I think that would be an area that I would ask for us to make a consideration and not have the $50 limitation on behested payments.
Yeah, so of course we could provide training and FAQs, and this is intended for training for both city officials. I mean, the 400 to 700 filers in the city, which are approximately in the 700 to 800 person range, as well as a regulated community. So just as with the lobbying ordinance, the full intention of the city is to inform and educate the regulated public with this ordinance.
And our lobbying ordinance, because I recall the details of it, did not apply to labor unions so for example, IBEW or somebody who was an employee of the city of Anaheim would not have to register as a lobbyist, but they do have business for the city, and this is part of this ordinance. So how would that apply?
Right, so a lobbyist or someone that is required to be a lobbyist under the definition would be a restricted source. And again, this applies to gifts. Not campaign contributions. It has nothing to do with lobbyist registration or lobbying. It's just limiting a gift from certain individuals, which are deemed by many localities to have the most potential for undue influence upon an official.
So I think my request, and maybe something just to consider, Councilmember Leon, is having an exclusion for the behested payments because that's already a state law. And I can't recall what the amount is for a behested payment, but there's probably also, I'm sure, other ways that whether it's contributed to a nonprofit directly and not directly to the organization. So I think that I would ask to at least look at that portion of this ordinance because that could really, I think, impact the communities that we're trying to serve.
Yes, so to answer your question and make you comfortable with that, we go with the definition of what the state defines as a gift. So if the state has an exception of something not being a gift, the city is following that. So we're only talking about true gifts that do not fall under any state exception or exemption or rule that would prevent it from being a gift. So once we pass through that stage and it's still a gift, and it's further a restricted source under the definition of the city's ordinance, then we would be applying the $50.
And I understand that, but do behested payments fall as a gift under the state?
Right, generally no.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, and I would like to see that language in the ordinance if possible.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Fessel here. I've been listening very, very carefully to all of the comments from my colleagues, and since there seems to be still a lot of unanswered questions that still need to be addressed, I'm going to make a suggestion that we table this and add maybe Councilmember Rubicalva to the group and flesh some of these out and then bring this back before the City Council? I guess I'll make a motion of that then.
There isn't a second yet, but also just to clarify, I don't think it would be a tabling, but it would actually be a request for a continuance.
A continuance to a date certain, but I'm not sure what the date certain would be.
I'll second.
Okay, and it could actually be, it doesn't have to be a date certain, it could be a continued for a future meeting to be decided.
I'm going to chime in here. I agree with that because I still have questions and you're saying, well, we'll look into it. It won't count. I'd like to see that in writing. I'm really concerned about the behested payments. We all have Christmas programs. We have turkey programs. We have senior events. We have all kinds of events that we're asking businesses to support. And I want to make sure we can continue that work. So anyway, Councilmember Leon.
And I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, just to clarify, Councilmember Fessel, just so we know what's on the table, are you asking for continuation to a certain date or an open continuation that can be decided at a later point?
Mr. City Attorney, I would suggest a continuation to a date to be yet determined once we have these answers to the questions that have been posed.
And that has been seconded by the mayor, I believe, so that's the motion that's currently on the table.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I would, I don't want to postpone this indefinitely. I think part of the reason why we're bringing this up now so that there's a timetable, so that starting January 1st, we have clarity because that's the new reporting requirements for us. And so by just postponing this indefinitely, I fear that we're not going to have this conversation until, let's say, January. There's a new council, and all of a sudden we're changing the rules halfway into the game, whereas the reporting period has already started. So if it's my colleagues feel like they need additional clarifications, I would ask a friendly amendment that we continue this until next week's meeting so that we can have a discussion then.
Councilmember Fessel, do you accept that change? And if so, Mayor Aiken, do you accept, do you still second?
I don't accept the suggestion that we do this next week because we frankly won't have enough time.
Okay, so the current motion on the table is continue indefinitely.
Well, and since the recommendation is for me to be added to that committee, I agree with Councilmember Leon about bringing it. I would like this council to review the ordinance since it started, and we have Councilmember Diaz, who's been part of the committee, who will be unfortunately leaving our council. But I have no problem meeting before next Tuesday or before the end of the week to discuss some of these issues.
So a few logistic issues. One is agenda is posted tomorrow. Secondly is I know it's public record that Councilmember Leon and Diaz have been working on this together, no issue there. If there's been a third member at all that either one of you has spoken to about this topic, that and it isn't Councilmember Rubalcaba, that would prevent Councilmember Rubalcaba from participating at a future date. So I think that's important for you to consider and probably disclose.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yes.
Fessel here, the maker of the motion. I think I would feel more comfortable if this was taken up by the end of the year. Now, that doesn't necessarily, I don't agree that if we have to get the agenda posted, or start by tomorrow, it's going to give us enough time. But we still have other meetings ahead, and even though they're going to be brief, there can still be some bit of business attached to them. So I'm just going to suggest that this come by the end of the year.
Okay, I'm still interpreting this as a motion and for continuance with no set date. Typically, that means that it's set at the time that the original, creators of this item are ready to come back. So that's the motion currently on the table for discussion and a vote.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree. I think that, especially since these rules and regulations are going to be affecting new council people that are not on the dais, perhaps they might want to weigh in. And, I think it's always important to make sure we don't need to get it fast. We need to get it right.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you may want to ask for further discussion on the motion to continue, and if not, then that secondary motion is ready for a vote.
Okay, is there any,
Yes,
Councilmember
Madam
Young?
Mayor Pro Tem, can we, since we have, the next meeting is next week, meeting after that is December 10th. Councilman Fessel, can we add the date of December 10th on there? It's a double.
Council colleague, I think we need to call the vote and see where our colleagues land on this.
Okay.
And if I can, Mayor and City Council, just noting for the December 10th, that's typically the meeting we bring forward the certification of results. We call the meeting for adjourning the last meeting on the 19th at 3 p.m. Just certify the results, and then we'll have the oath ceremony at 5 at the River Arenas. Just noting that for purposes of calendaring.
Okay. So for the purposes of logistics, we would take it to if we want to do before the end of the year would be the
December 17th
December
meeting,
17th
and that would be
meeting.
the first meeting with the newly electeds.
First reading. The second reading would be the first meeting in January.
Correct.
It would then become effective 30
days from the second reading.
30 days from the second reading. Okay. Councilmember Rubalcava?
So I just wanted to comment that I do support this ordinance. I just wanted clarification on the behested payment. So I probably won't vote for the continuance because I just think that prolonging this is not helpful. I think it's going to be an ongoing issue for us anyways. I go to events and I don't even drink or eat anything anyways, with the exception of water, so it doesn't really impact me. But I want to support this for, I know you guys put a lot of work and effort into it, so I would just ask our council to consider passing the motion on the first reading with some of the clarifying questions that we've already received, because I think this is just going to be ongoing. I mean, it's going to be a work in progress, right? Where I think Arden is going to be very busy over the next few years, so.
Councilmember Diaz?
Well, the mayor has a point that the new council is coming and they probably need a voice on this. At the same time, Councilmember Carlos Leon and myself have been working on this. And I assure you that it's nothing hidden here. It's no tricks behind this. It's actually very, very simple. $50 from restricted sources, which are lobbyists and people that will do business with the city or are doing business with the city the previous 12 months or the next 12 months. And it's very clear in the state law what is allowed and what is not allowed. So it's no tricks in here. This is not to get anybody. It's just very, very simple. A vote to date, question for the city attorney or any of the attorney. District required 2 votes, right?
You're saying first reading and a second reading? Yes, correct.
So we can vote on this today, and I have more clarification for next meeting. I have continue the conversation next meeting. But at least we had the first vote today, and the next meeting we can, the people that have more, the council members, my colleagues that have more questions could be prepared and bring those questions, and the staff could answer those questions. But at least we are moving forward with this. And again, it's no tricks here. It's no tricks to get anybody. For me, it's very, very simple. Maybe it's easy for me to say because I was working on this, but I assure you, it's no tricks in here. It's nothing that is I got you. It's very simple. Thank you.
Councilmember Meeks?
I appreciate that, Councilmember Diaz. And I think, when I first read it, it was like, oh, this is simple, $50, I know. But as with much bureaucracy, you get into the weeds, and now you have all these questions about, now I'm going to ask this company to sponsor this event for the community. It's not for me, it's for the community, and now that's somehow potentially a problem. And so I would like to understand more about it, and I'm going to support the continuance so that we know exactly what we're doing. It's not about the $50 limit. If it's as simple as I imagined it was when we first started talking about it, but now, and like Councilwoman Rubalcaba just said, you know, I go to an event and I don't eat or drink anything because I don't want to, you know, claim a gift. But our new ethics officer is saying, oh no, the value of just being there is the value of that event divided by the number of people there. And all of a sudden I'm in violation, and all I did was try to support my community by being there because I was invited and it was important that I show up. So I want a little more clarification on that before we move forward with this.
Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate my colleagues and their thoughts. Implementing this gift restriction for us local elected officials and city officials, it really is about taking a powerful step towards a government built on transparency, accountability, and public trust. And as with anything, and one of the comments I think we made with our ethics officer and city attorney is the concern of going down the rabbit hole of all these endless scenarios that either may have happened or may happen or maybe not, won't happen, but there's always a hypothetical that we can throw out there that would support our argument to either not do something like this or to oppose something like this. And so what we're trying to do here, as Councilmember Diaz mentioned, was really about just providing clarity and a standard that goes above and beyond just what the state is expecting of us. It's removing any potential influence from these restricted sources where we had previously considered doing an all-out gift ban from everybody. And then I think had we done that, then those concerns that my colleagues have mentioned, then maybe there'd be some concern there. But what we're trying to do is removing that influence from restricted sources, from people who are registered lobbyists, who have to register, who have business before the city. It's really about setting a high ethical standard and reassuring our community that decisions are made transparently and solely in their best interests. And this really underscores our dedication to ethical leadership, reinforces the trust that makes effective governance possible. And yes, there will be endless scenarios and hypotheticals, and that's one of the reasons why I think we're very fortunate to have our ethics officer and our city attorney, because we can go to them for these questions. You don't have to wait until there's a vote on something to bring an issue up. You can go to them, email them to get clarification, and that's regardless of whether this gets continued or not. That resource is there. The ethics officer is here for a reason. It's to ensure that we're all moving forward and playing by the rules. So with all that, I would actually like to propose, I'd like to make a substitute motion to move this forward tonight, to pass the gift restriction ordinance, to remove potential influence from restricted sources, to create an environment where residents know their government is fair, open, and committed to serving the common good. And I will ask for a second.
We have not had to invoke our rules of order in this detail in a while, so it is something however, I have to mention that no substitute motions are allowed under our rules. So the proper way to do this is either to have Councilmember Fessel to remove his motion from the table, or else to have a vote, and then you could make another motion at that time.
Mr. City Attorney, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, that's actually, unless there's objection to that, that's actually another subsidiary motion that requires a 2/3 vote. But if there's no objection, then the Mayor Pro Tem can call the question.
I will call the question. So you,
without objection from the rest of the council?
A no vote is that you don't support the continuance. Okay.
The motion by Councilmember Fessel is that you do not support, no vote would be that you do not support the continuance.
I'm sorry, point of clarification. You said there's no substitute motions?
Yes, there's no substitute. In other words, you can't replace a motion on the floor with another motion.
And that's Robert's Rules of Order?
It's actually City of Anaheim's Rules of Order. Yeah.
Okay. I feel like we've done substitute motions before.
No, not on my watch. You may have done some friendly amendments, that kind of thing. That could happen.
Okay.
Well, trust me,
City Attorney.
I'm not a stickler on this stuff, but that's pretty clear in our rules. Yes, Councilmember Fessel?
Mr. City Attorney, if I withdraw my motion, then what do we have before us?
A motion on the ordinance. Actually, I was a,
Introduction. Motion to introduce, but we hadn't got a second.
really? Apparently, there would have to be.
Can I withdraw?
You can withdraw.
I think my question to pose to request the vote is actually a motion in itself. Is that correct?
Yes, right now, the current motion is to continue. The current motion is to continue this item to another date. Were you to withdraw it, we go back to where we were before that motion was made, which I believe.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it as it is.
Okay, all right. So the current motion before you, council, is to continue to a future date.
Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Diaz.
No.
Councilmember Leon.
No.
Councilmember Rubalcaba.
No.
Councilmember Meeks.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel.
Yes.
Mayor Aiken.
Yes?
The vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays. Motioned to continue to a later date passes.
We move to item 17, a resolution requesting the state of California take action to mitigate the impacts of Senate Bill 357. This item was requested by Councilmember Diaz. Councilmember Diaz, do you have any comments, or would you like a staff report?
How would I staff report, please?
Okay, Mayor and Council, this item before you is a consideration of a resolution that requests the state of California to help mitigate the impacts of Senate Bill 357. At the October 29th meeting, City Council meeting, Councilmember Jose Diaz requested a resolution that would urge the state of California to take action to mitigate the impacts of Senate Bill 357, also known as the Safer Streets for All Act. SB 357 took effect in 2023, and it repealed a law that criminalizes loitering with the intent to engage in sex work. While the stated intent of SB 357 is to prevent discrimination and reduce harassment in public spaces, there is some concern over the broader implications for cities like Anaheim, where prostitution and human trafficking had had a measurable impact on residents' quality of life, public health, and local businesses. Unfortunately, since the passing of Senate Bill 357, there's been an increase in visible prostitution in the area, especially in West Anaheim. And the law has hampered law enforcement's ability to prevent prostitution activity occurring on the streets and to initiate human trafficking investigations. While SB 357 does address critical issues related to the criminalization of vulnerable populations, this resolution indicates that the state should take additional steps to mitigate the potential impacts of this law on local jurisdictions like Anaheim. If approved, the city would transmit the proposed resolution to our state delegation in Sacramento. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you so much. SB 357, let's explain what it is. It's legal now, the solicitation of prostitution in California. Yes, the state legislature and the governor signed into law that they allow the solicitation of prostitution. That's the state of California law now. SB 357 directly affect our efforts of cleaning up Beach Boulevard. and restrict our police officers, our police department, even our sheriff's department, to help trafficked human individuals. SB 357 only helps pimps and human traffickers. This law contradicts itself. It's still illegal in California. Prostitution is still illegal in California. But the solicitation of prostitution is legal. Who understands this? This is crazy. Californians, this election has spoken. The LA County District Attorney is out. San Francisco Mayor is out. Proposition 36, it passed. The experiment that California did, allowing criminals to be in the street, allowing wild actions in the street, is gone. The experiment failed. People want to be safe. It's obvious people want to be safe. You go to Walmart and everything is locked behind doors. That's not how we want to live. You go to Beach Boulevard and you see the poor, half-naked woman being trafficked in the cold weather, being there, and our police can do nothing about it. This is crazy. So I urge my colleague to send this message to our legislators, current and future, and even to the governor. This is crazy. This doesn't work. People want to be safe. Criminals need to be responsible for the actions, and it need to be consequences for when you break the law. You know, you break the law, it's no consequences, you're gonna continue doing that. And people have spoken in the last election. We want to be safe. We want to be safe. Of course, this is just that. This is just send a message to our legislator, to our governor. Please repeal this. Do something to mitigate the damages that this law has done. Personally, it affected my life because I can see it from the windows of my house when it's prostitute in Beach Boulevard. It breaks your heart to see a teenager or a young woman there that otherwise could be productive in society being trafficked. And our police, our sheriff can do nothing about it because SB 357. I would like to move item forward, and I expect my colleague to support this. Thank you.
I'd second.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Diaz, for bringing this forward. It is about public safety, but it's also about the protection of these women that are being trafficked. And in reading this resolution, it says the intent, one of the things, the intent of SB 357 was to protect vulnerable populations. And what a failed experiment. I mean, I'm not sure who even thought that was going to happen. It has put these people at risk. It doesn't allow our law enforcement to go in and help them and save them from human trafficking. And so to turn that around, to repeal 357 would be a way that they could help protect vulnerable populations and increase the safety of our community. So fully support this. Thank you.
Mayor Aiken, do you have any comments?
No, I don't. I echo my council colleagues. Mr. Fessel?
I concur. I have no questions or comments at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Diaz for his work and advocacy, especially regarding Beach Boulevard and West Anaheim, and we'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Again, and I also want to thank Councilmember Diaz for bringing this forward. Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, as we have a motion, we have a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's a resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim requesting the State of California take action to mitigate the impacts of Senate Bill 357, Safer Streets for All Acts. Councilmember Diaz?
A big yes.
Councilmember Leon?
Aye.
Councilmember Bukava?
Yes.
Councilmember Meeks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz?
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel?
Aye. Aye.
Mayor Aiken?
Aye.
Let the record show we have 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Okay, now we have item 18. It's a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of a master equipment lease purchase agreement for the acquisition, financing, and leasing for 3 emergency transport ambulances and various equipment. Mr. Assistant City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
Yes, the staff report will be given by Debbie Moreno and Chief Russell, our Finance Director and Fire Chief.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you seeks your approval for the purchase of 3 ambulances with the use of our master lease with Bank of America. In July 2020, the City Council approved the transition to an Anaheim emergency transportation model. Under this model, ambulance service is previously provided by contract with Care Ambulance were replaced with in-house ambulance services. Over time, and with the added demands placed on safety personnel to help address the complexities around homelessness, the need for additional ambulances has become necessary to maintain transportation coverage and response time standards. At this time, there is an immediate need for 3 ambulances at a cost of approximately $700,000. Fire operations would then be poised to take advantage of remaining funds of approximately $800,000 should the need arise for additional equipment throughout the year, which City Council would then have to approve first. The approximate annual payments for the set of 3 ambulances needed at this time is approximately $150,000 over the next 5 years at an interest rate of just under 4%. That concludes my report and my colleague from Fire and Rescue, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Fessel, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I do not at this point. I'm fine with the staff report. Thank you.
Mayor Aiken, any questions or comments?
She'll be there in a moment.
No questions.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, who was the second?
Councilmember Diaz was the second. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Diaz?
Yes.
Councilmember Leon?
Aye.
Councilmember Bukava?
Yes.
Councilmember Meeks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz?
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel?
Yes.
Mayor Aiken?
Yes.
Let the record show 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Item 19 is a public hearing. Will the clerk please read?
Item 19 is a public hearing on the initial study and mitigating negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan number 391, development application number 2023-00042, general plan amendment, and tentative track map number 19290, and this is for a project located that consists of 2 properties located at 275 and 301 East Santa Ana Street at the northwest and northeast corners of Philadelphia Street and Santa Ana Street.
Mr. Assistant City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
Yes, this evening's staff report will be given by Heather Allen, our Acting Planning Director.
Good evening, and thank you. And with me this evening is Thomas Gorham, the project planner. This development application is for the approval of the mill, a request to construct a new residential townhome development and associated improvements. The property is approximately 2 acres in size and is located at the northeast and northwest corners of Santa Ana Street and Philadelphia Street. Philadelphia Street divides the middle of the project area, creating 2 separate blocks. The project site is in the industrial zone, residential opportunity overlay zone, and the South Anaheim Boulevard corridor overlay zone. It is designated for low-medium density residential land uses in the general plan. For the proposed project, the RO overlay zone is the applicable zoning classification on the property. The request includes a general plan amendment to change the land use designation of the project site from low-medium density residential to medium density residential, a tentative track map to create a one-lot condominium map, and an initial study mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program to serve as the environmental documents for the request. This is an aerial view of the subject properties looking north. The project site was formerly used as a lumber yard and mill. The project site is entirely paved or covered by the structures that are remnants of the previous use. Surrounding land uses include single and multifamily residential uses to the north, and industrial uses across Santa Ana Street to the south, single and multifamily residential uses across Olive Street to the east, and commercial and retail uses, including the packing house across Claudina to the west. The applicant proposes a complete redevelopment of the site, demolishing existing buildings to construct 56 new for-sale three-story townhomes, ranging in size from approximately 1,200 to 1,800 square feet, with 24 two-bedroom and 32 three-bedroom units. The proposed density is 27.3 dwelling units per acre within the 36 dwelling unit per acre limit set by the medium density residential land use designation as requested. In addition, 6 units or 10% of the total are designated as affordable, priced for moderate income households. Vehicular access is provided by 4 driveways along the alley to the north, while internal private motor courts with decorative pavers allow two-way access to the residences and garages. Pedestrian movement is facilitated by internal walkways and sidewalks along the street frontages. Recreational leisure amenities include private patios, common amenity areas, and various landscaping elements. 2 central open space courtyard areas that open to East Santa Ana Street would include passive recreational amenities such as seating areas, barbecues, open lawns for games, and fireplaces for residents to gather. The existing parkway landscaping and mature trees along Santa Ana Street would remain, and the front setback area along Santa Ana Street would include various landscape elements as well as decorative walls and public art. New sidewalks and parkways with new street trees would be installed on the other 3 public streets to provide shade and promote a comfortable, attractive walking environment. The architectural styles blend both modern and traditional design features and materials. Next slide. The project complies with the RM4 development standards. To physically accommodate the number of units proposed by the project, waivers are requested to reduce the minimum street setback from 15 feet as listed in this table. Provision of the 10% moderate income units also qualifies the project for reduced parking ratios. Based on the 1.5 parking space per unit requirement, the proposed project would require a total of 84 parking spaces. However, the proposed project provides a 2-car garage for each residential unit, resulting in 112 parking spaces. In addition, 20 guest surface spaces would be provided for a total of 132 on-site parking spaces, which results in 48 more spaces than required by the reduced parking code requirement. Conditions of approval require that residents shall use the designated parking spaces, including garages, for the parking of vehicles. Additionally, the 20 guest parking spaces shall be maintained on-site at all times, and residents shall not be permitted to park in the designated guest spaces. An initial study in support of a mitigative negative declaration has been prepared to evaluate the environmental impacts of the proposed project and to identify necessary mitigation pursuant to the requirements of CEQA. The environmental analysis was circulated to public agencies and interested parties. The city received 2 comment letters, and a response to comments are included as attachment to the material provided to the council. Mitigation measures have been identified to mitigate project impacts to cultural resources, geology, soils, and tribal cultural resources. With implementation of these measures, the ISMND concluded that the project impacts will be reduced to levels considered less than significant, and there would be no remaining potentially significant adverse impacts related to the project. Staff and the Planning Commission considered the project and find that it is consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan and that the necessary findings exist to approve the general plan amendment and the tentative track map. The proposed project is compatible with surrounding land uses and is designed in a manner to provide a quality living environment for its future residents. In addition, the proposed project meets the goals of the general plan to continue to provide a variety of quality housing opportunities to address the city's diverse housing needs and would provide affordable housing in furtherance of the city's housing element through the implementation of the residential opportunity overlay zone. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the project. This concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions by council at this time? And Councilmember.
Thank you. So this is in District 3, right near the packing house. And I do want to thank the Development Meritage Homes for taking the time to meet with me. And I believe that you've hosted events in the community. One of the things that is a major priority for me, because this is already a parking impacted area, is that there's sufficient parking. So I'm glad to hear that there's more parking than required. I do have a little bit of a concern about the setback, particularly on Santa Ana. 7 feet, that seems, that's a big accommodation. And the only reason I bring it up is we have the big development that went up over on La Palma, and it looks like that setback was also minimized. And it's really close to the street. Santa Ana is a very, that has a lot of fast traffic going through there. You don't see any safety issues with the setback being accommodated from 15 to 7?
So one of the technical reviewers includes Public Works, and they did not have a concern with the setback that was proposed.
The one thing I will ask Public Works staff to do is if we could do a traffic study on Santa Ana. I have received several complaints from residents at Colony Park, which is also a development that it's beautiful, but it does have its parking challenges, which rolls out into the streets. They also have a requirement for their residents to park in their garages. But what I do hear from many of the residents is that they move all of their stuff out when the association is going to do a walkthrough, and then they put it all back in the garage. So they're not necessarily utilizing the spaces that have been accounted for as parking. So I think we need to be on top of enforcement on that front. So that's something that I think is a major concern. The residents that live across on Anaheim Boulevard, right across from the packing house, have a significant amount of complaints about our unhoused population who are congregating in their green spaces. So this project has barbecue pits and other green spaces. That's something that you need to take into consideration, because there is no security unless it's paid for by the association, and they cannot constantly be calling Anaheim PD to remove people who are sleeping in that area. So I know when we met, we talked about minimizing the green space because District 3 is park rich, thankfully, and it would be better to have more parking spaces, which I believe you accommodated, but it would just take that into consideration for this project on the green space side. So those are my only comments. I mean, I'm glad Planning Commission recommended this project. I appreciate that it is the number of units, and I also appreciate that it's for sale units in that neighborhood. But the parking is an issue, and then also the traffic going down Santa Ana, that is something I would like to see a traffic study on.
Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. I also appreciate that it has more parking spaces than is required. I think that is a challenge in that neighborhood. But the guest parking spaces that they have here, since it's not a gated, controlled area, how will they control those parking spaces for that development if they're for guests and not have the packing house customers coming over and filling them up every day?
Certainly, I'll answer it, and then perhaps when the applicant comes up for their presentation, they can speak further as to the management. But the Planning Commission did request a condition be added, which we mentioned in the presentation, that the guest spaces not only be for the project, but also be for the guests. So there was a concern that the owners would use the guest spaces. So we did add a condition that the spaces for the guests be signed that they are for use by guests. And then I'll ask that the applicant talk about how they will manage those spaces.
Okay, I would like to hear that when they present. Thank you.
Sorry, you know, housing developments are important to me. I also noticed that they are only including a 10% affordable, and we just recently passed our inclusionary housing policy, which requires 20%, or is it 15? I can't remember, but it's more than 10. So I don't know if there's a possibility for providing an in lieu fee as a goodwill of as a developer to help us with our ongoing projects. So that's something I would like you guys to keep in mind. It's important to our city that we are creating opportunities for affordable housing. This is a moderate housing development, so we do have a significant amount of people in our city who cannot afford to live in that development in particular. So I would like for you guys to consider meeting that threshold of our inclusionary housing policy by either providing an in lieu fee or more housing. Although I know it does not apply to for sale, it would still be goodwill.
Councilmember Fessel, do you have any comments or questions at this time?
No, I do not. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Aitken, do you have any comments or questions at this time?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that I did meet with the developer as well as several residents and wanted to highlight two commitments. One, I think, has been addressed about the heightened level of on-site parking, as well as the affordable sites that are going to be on site as well. So I want to thank those that, although you are not required under our inclusionary housing policy to do so, I do appreciate that you have made that goodwill gesture. I did also want to highlight and just want to get confirmed on the record that when the residents on Olive Street requested some assistance with permit parking, that the developer was going to help them pay for any city fees and or processing if they do get the required signatures to do permit parking.
Thank you. And before we move, are there any other ex parte communication that council needs to disclose?
Yes, I did meet with a developer. One meeting with the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I also met with the applicant. Thank you.
I did meet with Meritage Homes.
And I also met with the developer. Councilmember Fessel and Mayor Aitken, you mentioned that you did meet with a developer and some residents. I can't remember whether Councilmember Fessel noted it.
Mayor Pro Tem, interestingly, I was not contacted, so I did not meet with anybody. Thank you.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing. I will start the hearing with the applicant. Following that, the city clerk will announce any comments received electronically and invite in-person speakers to address city council. After receiving all public comments, the applicant will be given an opportunity to provide closing comments. I will now invite the applicant to address the council, and the time limit for your presentation is 20 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Johanna Crooker with Meritage Homes. I want to first say thank you for your consideration this evening, and thank you to staff for all their hard work helping us get through the process here. They've been very efficient, responsive, and professional. Not easy necessarily, but professional, and it's been a pleasure working with them because they made the process very clear and predictable, which is really all we ask for. So rather than kind of regurgitate everything that the staff just shared with you, I thought I would just focus on introducing who Meritage is and then talk about kind of the process that we took in order to get to the project that you see before you. So maybe next slide. So if you haven't heard of Meritage Homes, we are we're the fifth largest home builder in the country. By number of closings. We have been around for 38 years, and during that time, we've built over 190,000 homes. We're active in 21 markets across the United States, and we're currently actively selling 16 communities in Southern California. Over the past 3 years, something we're very proud of is that we've been the winner of the Avid Award, which is an industry award for home builders that measures had the highest scores in customer satisfaction. They survey homeowners within the first month of moving in, and then a year later, just in terms of our responsiveness to customer care and things like that. So we're very proud of those scores. Secondly, we're known for being a leadership in energy efficiency, and we have won the Energy Star Partner of the Year for the past, I think that's actually 12 or 13 years. That's a mistake on the slide. Based on our participation in providing really high energy homes, which I can talk about in a minute. We also recently won the Hearthstone Builder Humanitarian Award for participation in a multitude of philanthropic efforts, including Operation Homefront, which we just finished. I can't remember if we gave 2 away this year, but we give away every year at least 1, sometimes 2 homes to veterans in need, veteran families in need, which that's kind of one of my favorite programs. It's really heart-wrenching seeing those stories. So that feels really good. Operationally, next slide. Operationally, we focus on market rate homes specifically designed for first-time home buyers and first move-up buyers. And we do this by making the home building and move-in process quick and easy. You may have heard the term workforce or missing middle housing, and that really is what we build. That's really characterized by 4 things. First is efficient design and simple construction. That allows us to keep the price points at a reasonable level, at an entry level. We're able to spread the cost of the land as well as the improvements across a greater number of units, and then pass those savings on to our buyers. The second is infill housing. This workforce housing tends to be in infill areas where the jobs are located and to support our workforce, essentially, hence the name workforce housing. And although the densities are higher, there is a strong focus on maintaining compatibility within the neighborhood that we're in. So we're not coming in and building, 5 stories next to single-family homes. That's not what we're looking to do here. Third is we limit the amenities to those that are low maintenance, just to keep the HOA costs down. And then fourth is financial attainability by design. So these are not necessarily affordable units in the sense that they're not deed restricted, although this project does include an affordability component to it. Typically, missing middle housing is market rate housing. This is really important for cities because this does help to fulfill the RHNA that you have in your housing element. In fact, this site is currently designated for 56 units as a project in progress, so this would help to fulfill that. Right now, those units are in the all in the above mod category, but with the addition of the affordable component that we've provided, there are now 50 in the above mod and then 6 in the moderate category that would fulfill that RHNA requirement. And then the next one, so how we build, as I mentioned, we're known for being a leader in energy efficiency. We have solar on all of our homes. We do Energy Star appliances. All of our garages are EV ready. One thing that's really unique to Meritage is we spray foam our attics, which keeps them very, very cool and warm in the winter and cool in the summer, just thermal regulation. It's been compared to the Yeti of home builders. Some have called it that, so which I find funny. We're also very efficient with our water through irrigation and plumbing fixtures, which also helps with energy efficiency. And then we have a focus on indoor air quality to make sure our homes are healthy for our residents. And that includes upgraded filters and low VOC materials. So now that you kind of have a little flavor of Meritage, I wanted to just talk about how we got to the project that we're at today. So you can go to the next slide. So the project before you has been really an effort of a lot of feedback from both staff and the outreach to the public as well as community stakeholders. So when we first came into this project, it looked a lot different. And that was kind of based on those efforts. So we really started our outreach to the neighborhood back in February. We sent out a flyer with a bunch of frequently asked questions, some facts about the project, as well as, it's hard to see, but that's all my information on the bottom, contact information, encouraging people to reach out to me with any questions or concerns. We got 5 responses. 4 were people who were interested in purchasing a home, and the other one was really about parking. And also reaching out to some of those community stakeholders, including meeting with you and some of the community leaders. Parking was clearly an issue, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then the second step was kind of meeting with the historic committee to kind of get their feedback, as obviously this is in the historic district, so there was a lot of feedback from staff as well as from the historic committee on how this needs to be reflective of the legacy of the site as well as the neighborhood as a whole. And so I'm not going to get too into it because you guys have been here a while and I only have 20 minutes, but I'm going to spin through these next few slides really quickly. A lot of the design that you see, can you go to the next slide, is really the reason for this kind of more contemporary blend of architecture is because we were trying to blend the historic with the industrial legacy of the site. And so this is really kind of what we would refer to as a transitional style, where it's a little bit more contemporary, but it still has a lot of characteristics of the traditional homes that you see around in the area, including a lot of siding and material like that. If you want to go to the next slide. We were very, staff really wanted us to focus on keeping the streetscape walkable, and so we moved the AC units off of Santa Ana very intentionally. We actually turned doors onto Santa Ana. We had some before, but we doubled that amount as part of this design process. We made sure that we were screening the alleys so that as pedestrians are walking to and from the packing house, they're not seeing a bunch of garages, that you'll see the layering of the walls and the kind of fence elements as well as the hedges. So there's really kind of a layering to screen that, that sidewalk from any auto spaces. We kept the existing trees, which were recently planted and also looked really nice, so we didn't really see the point of ripping those out. We wanted to keep those as well. And then we added a lot of detail to the architecture on all four sides, really. One area that we also focused on was the alley in the back. There are actually front doors from the existing residents facing that alley, so we wanted to improve that alley space. As you probably know, that site is very blighted, if you will. There's some very old industrial buildings that are kind of falling apart, and it's like a big vertical wall, essentially creating that edge. It's not a very comfortable space to be in, and so our goal with that alley was to make it a little bit more friendly, more friendly front door. We actually do have front doors facing onto it now. Our open spaces open up to that. That's where our guest parking is. And the idea was to make that more of like a shared pedestrian space so that it would encourage people to slow down. If there's cars backing up, they're less likely to speed through there. The front doors, those will all have cameras on them, so there'll be a little bit more accountability. When you put windows and doors facing public spaces, there tends to be that eyes on the park surveillance, so that there's, as a deterrent to the crime and some of the things that we heard were happening in the community. So those are all very intentional, if you want to keep spinning through those. And here's kind of the alley you can see here on the left, where we were trying to activate that space a little bit more and make it feel like more of a space, not just a pass-through or an alley. And then obviously adding some patios and things along the side streets as well to make sure that we weren't forgetting about all of Philadelphia and Claudina, making sure we were engaging those neighborhoods. You can go to the next slide. We even tried to salvage some materials from the site as well as from some of the previous sites. This is our landscape architect over here climbing through some of the salvaged materials you have stored off-site. So we really did make an effort. Unfortunately, everything was a little too dilapidated for us to work with, but we did incorporate some industrial features, if you want to keep going, just in the theming of our open space areas. So the first open space area, the one that's closer to the residential, focused more on kind of the wood and the lumber elements of the site. And so you can see in this entry, it's much more focused on that lumber feeling. And if you want to go to the next one, you can probably skip through that. Keep going. There's kind of a close-up of it, and you can see the activity happening inside that space. And the next one, keep going. Like I said, I'm going to go through this fast. And then this one's a little bit more industrial. We borrowed some ideas from the packing house and has a little bit more of a metal industrial kind of character to it. If you want to go to the next one. So that's kind of a very brief overview of kind of the design side of it. We did have a second FAQ that went out with our invitations to a community meeting back in April. We got two. Again, one was an interest list person, and then the other was concerned about parking. And then we finally did have that community meeting in June. I'd say that we had, let's see, if you want to go to the next slide. No, I don't have the stats up there. Hold on, let me catch up here. So in that community meeting, we ended up with, it was a 500-foot radius. We ended up with 7 from the neighborhood and 3 from other areas of the city. So 10 in total attended. So it wasn't a huge showing, but it was, you know, a few people. And generally, the response was very favorable. As I mentioned, a lot of people were interested in purchasing, especially the affordable units. And the really big issues were parking, not surprising, and then crime. So I'm going to address those two really quickly. And then traffic as well, which you already kind of mentioned. So as far as parking, as staff mentioned, we are actually overparked from what we're required to. I know that there were some concerns about how this was going to affect the parking at the packing house. That's really not part of our project, obviously, but my understanding is that they've found an alternate location for the valet parking, which they're here if you have questions and want to ask those questions, but it's really not part of our project, so I don't want to speak to it necessarily because it's not really my place, but one of the things that we also did was you'll notice we only have 2 and 3 bedrooms. We very intentionally did not include 4-bedroom units just based on knowing that there was parking issues in the area. There are CC&R requirements in terms of enforcement. I'm not an attorney, but I do believe that the city does have some right to enforce some of that to some extent. I mean, they can't enforce the CC&Rs, but they can enforce the zoning code requirements for minimum parking standards. So there is some ability to do that. However, I know that that's a concern for you. And one of the things that we did was we added windows to the garages so that the HOA can go by and look inside those windows. They don't necessarily need to go in and have a formal, you know, they can enforce that almost in an informal way so that you don't have the situation that you were talking about at Colony Park. As was mentioned, there was a suggestion from some of the neighbors to add a parking district over some additional streets, and we are supportive of that. We're happy to help them with that process. It's not up to us, it's up to them to make the decision about if that's something that they want. They have to have a 51% vote, but we're willing to help them. We'll pay the fees and whatever else there is necessary to help with that situation as we are sensitive to that. And then the second issue, and then as far as is the traffic engineer here by chance? Because my understanding is there are going to be some changes to the signal. Okay. That will hopefully address some of the concerns you were probably hearing about traffic, which I'll let staff speak to because I'm not versed in that. And then the last issue was crime. And I do want to point out that this is a very blighted site. Obviously, there's some buildings in here that people probably like to go hide in and do things that they shouldn't be doing. This will clean up this area significantly, which does help to reduce crime and discourage some of that activity. You know, we can only do so much, obviously, but we're open to suggestions on ways that we can help further, but we are committed to, all of our units do have doorbell cameras, so that helps, and we can put some surveillance video or surveillance monitoring in our common open space areas to help with the situation there. So hopefully that addresses some of your concerns. I'm happy to, you know, take questions and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now we'll open the floor for public comments. Madam Clerk, can you please call forward the speakers and announce any electronic public comments?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Noting for the record, we did receive 2 emails electronically on the public hearing. Those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website. We do have 1 speaker card, Mr. Mark Herbert. He's outside the noticed area, so it'd be 3 minutes for the speaker.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. This project, like most projects, has had a problem with public engagement with the community. This project started on the housing element. I could trace it back to September 2021, and that document was revised in July 2024. They do not list any affordable units. So we have a contradiction here. They have it listed as market rate. that's a problem. It's a problem because there's a pattern of falsification of information submitted in planning projects. I'm not blaming this developer, but during this period, 2021 was during the Sadu years. And again, the problem with lack of public engagement, there's not been a meeting of the Housing Element Update Committee in over 3 years where the public could have pointed out these problems that the staff, planning commission, and councils have missed. And now we're at the tail end, and the train has left the station, and you're inviting the public to participate. This is a problem because it presents a pattern. The Anaheim Hills people won their case, but I noticed what they were able to do is they were able to present their facts tied with they could follow through on a lawsuit. And the 2 points, one that Bill Erickson mentioned, is in that case, the developer knowingly based false information and gave it to base the studies that they then commissioned for their fire planning. And then, even though this was discovered and brought up in the planning commission meetings, they still proceeded to present inaccurate information and publish it anyway. That's, they said, would be the basis of their lawsuit going forward. Now, unfortunately, this community doesn't have the legal resources of Anaheim Hills. But what they do have is the state behind them. And the council, the previous council and your council, are out of compliance with the housing element. And there has been false information submitted on city forms in the drafts to them. Now, I'm planning to do the best I can, but I'm not a lawyer. I've given up trying to persuade the Planning Commission and the council. I've asked for clarifications, and you won't do it, so I'm going to bundle my information up and send it to the state.
Mr. Herbert, I'm
Thank you.
sorry, your time is up. And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers on this item.
Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Fessel, do you have any speakers who would like to address the public hearing?
We do not have any in-person speakers.
Thank you. Hearing no further comments, would the applicant like to return to provide closing comments? And the time limitation is 10 minutes.
Sure. In regards to the housing element, that's not a document that we control, so I'm not going to even, I don't feel we need to respond to that necessarily, but I did want to mention that we're open to discussion about, you know, Councilmember Wilcava, if we could probably offer a little bit of an in lieu fee. I mean, we're already providing the affordable, obviously, which is not a requirement, but we could offer up a little bit of an in lieu fee to help with first-time home buyer or whatever the city would choose to do with that.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments by council? Councilmember Rubalcava.
You know, I'll defer to my colleagues since I made comments, but if you want to come back to me after.
Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you. This is the right project for the right location. It looks beautiful. I've actually fallen in love with the project when it was presented to me. It will improve the area tremendously. What is there now is no good on the earning standards. This will be very, very good for the area. Good for the residents that live in the area too. This will help residents, Anaheim residents, purchase a house, which is a huge demand. Even has some affordable houses there, opportunities. It has more parking than what is required by us. So this is a win-win. It's a win for the residents. It's a win for the developer. and it's a win for future homeowners. I fully support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. I also support this project. I think it's a great use of that site. It will help clean up the neighborhood. And I want to make sure that it's a great quality experience for the people that are living there and buying into our community. I think it's wonderful that we can provide new homeowners with these opportunities to own their first home or to move into this community and have that home ownership under their belt. But I wanted you to respond to the control of the guest parking, because I'm concerned that these people won't be able to access that guest parking if the packing house customers or the other residents are filling it up, and that's part of their quality of life, is to have that parking there for their friends and family.
Sure. It's going to have to be the HOA who enforces that, and we'll have signage up, obviously, and maybe there's a parking pass that gets provided to each of the residents for their guests when they come that they have to put in their window, and as a way of enforcing, monitoring who's actually using those spaces. I can work with staff on how best we can implement that and ensure that that's actually happening.
Okay, I would encourage you to work with staff. They know some of the best practices that we've used in permit parking areas, but make sure that that's incorporated into the CCNRs so that it's there when these people move in, they know what to expect, and they're not burdened with trying to recreate a solution after they've moved in. All right?
Absolutely. No, if they want to put a condition or whatever on the project to that effect, we can certainly work together to figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. As I mentioned, staff's been great to work with. I'm sure they have some good ideas on how we can make that happen.
Councilmember Rubalcava.
Thank you. So I have to say, I think that Shaheen should really thank the level of professionalism that you've brought to this project, because we've seen other developers who have not been as responsive as you have been. I mean, you have really been a good partner, not only to, I think, the community, but working with staff and being open to my feedback and their feedback and hearing the issues. So I really do appreciate that. And I agree with Councilmember Diaz about beautifying the area. I grew up in that area. I actually grew up on Santa Ana Street. So seeing how we've left it to the way it has been for decades at this point. And we've, with the Colony Park, it really has enhanced the area, but we do want to make sure that we're protecting the people who live there, who have lived there for many, many years.
Sure.
So I appreciate that you guys are helping them with that permit process, because it is a quality of life issue, and I never want anybody to feel like they're being pushed out of their neighborhood. That's really important to me, because I have family members who live in that area. I will ask for somebody to comment on the valet parking. So the packing house owner is also the owner of this development, right? So they own the land, for full disclosure. So I'd like to hear what that valet parking situation is, because some of the residents in the district have mentioned the speeding by valet parkers. And this is not a question for you. This is probably, you can't answer this, but people speeding when they're moving cars from one space to another, or from the packing house into the neighborhoods or wherever they're parking. So what is the plan for addressing valet parking at the packing house? Because when you don't have sufficient parking at the packing house, it does feed into the neighborhoods, because people will park in our communities to walk to the packing house, and this is an issue.
Hello, Council. Thanks for the nice comments. My name is Chris Bennett, work with the lab. Been working on this project since we built it originally. We are parked to code at the project. We've been using this empty site while we've been going through entitlement and coming up with a plan for our overflow valet parking. We've actually got offsite other agreements in place right now to replace that when this project happens. So that overflow that we've been benefiting from while it's been empty, we're going to keep that.
So my concern is that many residents I love the packing house, but I agree with the residents that sometimes the packing house and the lab are not very good partners with the community, and don't have a concern about the parking, the trash left behind by the people who are visiting, who are not residents or living in our city. So I just want to ensure that you're really going to have a plan to address the overflow of parking that is required at the, I mean, not required because it's clearly not required, but that is necessary to accommodate all of the visitors to the packing house?
Yeah, so valet is not a requirement right now, and why we've added that is just to try to alleviate some of that overflow. Like we do have parking other spots in the neighborhood. It's not always the most convenient, so some of our customers choose to do valet instead. So that's why we add that service, an expensive service for us, but we thought that is better than people flowing out into the neighborhood, and hopefully that does help. And hopefully we're being good neighbors. We do take pride in our properties, try to keep them as clean as we can, as secure as we can. I think the record that we've got in terms of security on the site being open for 10 years has been really good, and hopefully a testament to that. If we can do better, I would love to do better.
Yeah, definitely clean and beautiful underparked is something that you guys struggle with. I also received feedback from residents who live on Anaheim Boulevard that in their original development agreement or home purchase that they were offered to park in some of the public parking that was on Anaheim Boulevard, and I think now it's all operated by the packing house, and they were being towed. So those are just concerns that we haven't, perhaps we can have a conversation about this offline, but making sure that you are finding a space for that valet parking to continue and not just, because when I pass by it, it's just cars parked in front. So they're sort of like overflowing onto Santa Ana, and that is a major issue. You know, we have people who are coming to our city to visit the packing house, but they don't really care about the community. They just care about finding a parking, and they can block somebody's driveway. They just really don't care. So if you could do whatever you can to address that parking issue. We have very good businesses. I know Villains is one of your, is a lab operator, but they have really worked well with our community to address some of the issues by offering people who Uber there get their first drink for free. They have worked with the community. So if you guys at the packing house could just be a better partner. I love that you're busy and bringing people to our city, but we need to make sure that we're respecting the community.
Heard and understand. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I have a question for Rudy related to traffic. So Rudy, it sounds like you're already addressing some of the traffic concerns on Santa Ana. Can you share some of what we're doing to at least monitor speed or see what we can do to help make it safe? And I know you hate when I use the word safe, but we really are seeing an increase in people driving faster than they should be on Santa Ana, more accidents. I actually get messages from residents about accidents on Santa Ana.
Yes, Councilmember Rubalcaba, thank you for the question. And actually, Santa Ana Street is a street that we've been working to reduce speeds for a long time now. Actually, it's probably one of the most progressive streets with all of the bulb outs that we have and lane markings, crosswalk markings. So we actually have a pretty good track record of speeds there, but it's something that's constantly evolving. Every time a new development comes in, a new business comes in, it's something we can go back and continue to do additional monitoring, and as part of the environmental study too, any mitigation measures that are required will be implemented as well as part of the approval of the project.
And then if you can go back to the presentation, one of the concerns that I had when I was looking at the images is the driveway. So the driveway with, cars that can come out onto the main street. My concern is we just looked at an e-bike ordinance. So we have kids who are riding either an e-bike or their regular bikes, scooters on those streets. What are we going to do? Was it studied to ensure that kids who are riding on the sidewalk or people who are riding are safe when people are coming in and out of there? How do we ensure that we're keeping people aware of the traffic that's on those streets? Santa Ana is very busy.
Sure. So every time there's a new driveway or new development being brought forth, we do what is called a line of sight analysis for every driveway to ensure that not only for the vehicles coming out of the driveway, but also pedestrians and bicyclists that are coming along the street, or even drivers, have the appropriate viewpoints from the driveway coming out. Now, the ordinance we had earlier for the e-bikes is because some of the issues we have with them being faster than what is analyzed for a line of sight and reaction times and things like that. But all that was looked at as part of this development.
Okay, and then I will follow up with you, though, on Santa Ana and what we're doing to help with traffic. Or I'm not talking about the number of cars, I'm talking about the speed of cars is more concerning for me. And then Heather, if we could also make sure to follow up with them on their promise or potential consideration of adding additional, whether it's in lieu fees for first-time home buyer program, which is not a requirement, but a goodwill. I appreciate that for people who are living in our city to acquire property here.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meeks? Okay. Councilmember Fessel, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate the additional 36% of the parking. I'm very, very familiar with that parcel from years and years ago. I think this will be a great improvement for the neighborhood, and I'm looking forward to the fact that this will be for sale at a price that is certainly less than the going rates in District 3 or District 5 for that matter. So I think this is going to be a great addition to our city. Thank you.
Mayor Aitken, do you have any comments or questions?
No further comments. Thank you.
I'll just add that the project looks really good and a good add to the community, getting rid of the buildings that are there now. I can only imagine the problems that occur because of the way those buildings are right now. And I'm happy that our Public Works are taking a look at the speeding on Santa Ana Street. Really important on some of our streets. They're getting faster and faster, especially as people find new ways to get around our city rather than taking the Broadway, and they're finding those somewhat smaller streets that are not used to the traffic. They're finding their way there and speeding through them. So I look forward to Public Works taking care of that problem. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the project.
And I'll second. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Diaz.
Yes.
Councilmember Leon.
Yes.
Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Yes.
Councilmember Meeks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel.
Yes.
Mayor Aiken.
Yes?
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting the Mitigating Negative Declaration and Mitigation Monitoring Plan Number 391 for Development Application Number 20230042. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending the general plan for the City of Anaheim. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving tentative track map number 19290, making certain findings in connection therewith. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 20 is also a public hearing. Will the clerk please read?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is a public hearing under the requirements of the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act and the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended to consider a resolution approving the issuance of the California Enterprise Development Authority revenue bonds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $37 million for the purpose of financing and refinancing the cost of the acquisition, construction, renovation, equipment, and furnishing of healthcare facilities and other related facilities for the benefit of the Benevolence Industries Incorporated, and providing terms and conditions for such bonds and other matters relating thereto.
Mr. Assistant City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
Yes, staff report will be given by our Finance Director, Debbie Moreno.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. The California Enterprise Development Authority has requested that the city hold a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, hearing on behalf of Benevolence Industries Incorporated, as required by the Internal Revenue Code, in order to issue revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $37 million for the purpose of financing and refinancing healthcare facilities, including improvements at the Benevolence Health Center's Anaheim facility. This is a conduit financing where the revenue bonds are issued by the California Enterprise Development Authority, not by the city, and will be payable solely by the borrower. So again, the city's role is to simply satisfy the requirements of the Internal Revenue Code by holding a public hearing within the jurisdiction of the project. That concludes my report, and we have a representative of the project here to help answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions by council at this time? Don't see any here. Councilmember Fessel, do you have any comments or questions?
No, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, thank you.
I will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
First noting, Mayor Pro Tem, we didn't receive any public comments electronically on this item. We did receive one in-person public comment, Mr. Mark Herbert, that will address the public hearing, and the time limit is 5 minutes.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. Public engagement here. This is a great opportunity to explore the bonds. This is very complicated, and I didn't understand the relationship between the city and its responsibilities through the bond process. Oftentimes, it's been said here, the city won't be responsible for the bonds. Example was the OC Vibe, the bond for the parking lot. When I engaged with their lawyer and pressed him on the matter, in that case, this is one example, he said if that project were to go bankrupt and they failed to find a new partner to take it over, that the bottom line, highly unlikely, I grant that, is that Anaheim would be left responsible for those bonds. That wasn't really clear during their presentation, but let's bring it up to this one. Again, I'm not really clear on the responsibility of the city to these bonds. And is it just merely to, again, one of your favorite activities, checking a box, this time with the IRS? I just think the public would like to have a bit more detail on a bond that's $37 million that apparently we have no connection to other than IRS obligations. Now, why am I concerned about this $37 million? Well, because I was looking at the budget presented by our finance director during June, the proposed budget. And it was a good opportunity with this on the agenda to review what the city's finances are in relation to other bond issues, because I wasn't clear exactly how this fit in at that time, and I'm still not. So to just highlight some of the financial issues around deficits, I made a short list. Now, I believe in public engagement, so I'm not saying my research is perfect or even that good, but I'm trying to stimulate an exchange of information to help clarify the situation. So in that spirit, let me go through some of the numbers so that perhaps in the future we can have a discussion about that. The city deficit this year is about $42 million. And that is being covered by a bond taken out during the COVID time in 2021, around $138 million. With this year's budget, that will be exhausted. So going forward, it's estimated by the finance director, we'll be facing deficits of $41 million per year in each of the following 2 years. We won't have the benefit of that COVID deficit bond. We are still obligated to paying it back, I believe. I'm not sure. So that's one thing on the horizon. 2, let's not forget about the Tampico housing development on State College. My memory's not clear, but I think that passed after the budget discussion. That will be in the future a $20 million bond, up to $20 million. Let's not forget that in the proposed budgets after next year, the following 2 years, the Housing and Community Development Department, which has been budgeted at $16 million, is penciled in at 0 for each of those 2 years. I suspect they'll have greater needs by that time than $16.5 million, but they're 0. A new cost not factored in. The proposed budget didn't take into account the recent labor contracts that you guys settled. And the labor cost for the city was about $238 million last year. The estimate, I believe by the finance director, is those contracts would be settled for about, say on the average, 5%. That works out to $12 million new dollars that you'll need to find the funds for next year. I hope you take these into consideration and you're very careful on what obligations you
Mr.
take to
Hubert, I'm
future
sorry, your
bonds.
time is up. And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers.
Okay, Mayor Aiken and Councilmember Fessel, do you have any speakers who would like to address the public hearing?
No, we do not have any in-person speakers.
Okay, hearing none, I'd like to close the public hearing. Are there any further comments or questions by council? None here. Councilmember Fessel, I'm sorry. Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you. For our finance director, is the city in any way, shape, or form obligated to pay these bonds? Is the company flip over?
No, we have no dog in this fight. It is strictly a requirement that there be a public hearing held by a legislative body in the jurisdiction for tax-exempt bond issues, and we're simply facilitating that process tonight.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does nobody have any comments? I would like to move this item forward. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Fessel, do you have any questions or comments?
None whatsoever, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, other than I offered a second to the motion.
And Mayor Aiken, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Diaz?
Yes.
Councilmember Leon?
Aye.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Yes.
Councilmember Meeks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz?
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel?
Yes.
Mayor Aiken?
Yes?
Let the record show 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is a report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
Just one item to report, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. As to item 2, the City Council, by a vote of 4-3, directed the City Attorney to dismiss the pending appeal. Council members Rubalcaba, Meeks, and Leon dissenting.
Now is the time for any non-agenda item public comments that were not called during the first public comment portion. We don't have any speakers.
That's correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. And this is the time for future agenda requests by council members. Any?
I have a question. So when do we agenda, or is it an agendized item for the Mayor Pro Tem for the incoming year?
We do that in December. So we do it following the December, so we'll see that in the December 17th meeting.
Okay, so the new council would decide that?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Fessel, do you have any future agenda requests?
No, thank you. I do not at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Aiken, do you have any agenda requests?
No, thank you.
With no other business before the council, I'd like to stand adjourned in memory of Jacob Anthony Maldonado. We stand adjourned until November 19th.